Fight, 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 fight.
Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How's it going, guys? How you doing? Sorry I'm late. As I kind of talked about yesterday, I am getting ready for a trip, and so I stupidly had I had already started packing up my camera. So I was like, oh shit, I gotta get this camera plugged back in to the computer and ready to go. So anyway, I will be headed down to Miami to the Locals headquarter. Rumble is also Locals Rumble headquarter to finalize the deal. That will be on Monday. All right, here's the tentative arrangements. If you are in Miami, Tuesday evening, night, I believe, Lady Rackets and I will probably be hosting some sort of meetup. Bar, restaurant, asking a couple people for some recommendations from the Miami area. We'll be right near downtown. So somewhere around downtown would be ideal. But if people are in Miami and they want to come hang out, come do it. Come do it. I talked a little bit yesterday on my Locals about more of the details of the deal. But in summary, there will be a given amount of live streams per month that are going to be Rumble exclusive. And what that means is not actually exclusive. It's kind of a hybrid exclusivity. The streams will start on YouTube and Rumble. They'll run on YouTube for about an hour, and then we'll switch over to exclusively Rumble after that. That's going to be about 3 shows a week. Will be like that. And then any other shows can be on any and all platforms that happen. So what I'm working on is scheduling out very specifically which days people can expect which shows. I want there to be consistency. Now, occasionally there could be some variations. If there's a particular interview that has to happen on one of the days that I think is really good for multiple audiences, we might have to shift things around a little bit. But that's the basic gist of the plan. It'll be about 3 shows a week. All other shows, including trial streams, will be streamed on Rumble, YouTube, and Odyssey. So if you're like, hey, I like that Rekieta guy when he does trials, but I think he's a monstrous piece of shit at night, no worries. I got you. I got you covered. You can pretty much consistently stick with YouTube, but I would always challenge people to come check out the rest of the show. The night show is where the channel was built. It's what I like to do the most. It's my thing. It's my thing. Am I going to stream on Twitter? It really depends. I mean, I don't know if that platform is going to emerge, what the rules are going to be about it, if there's exclusivity or licensing issues with Twitter. I don't know anything about the platform, but I am open to testing it out when it happens. This deal will afford me all the flexibility to do that. It'll be grand. So, but wherever you guys, I'm trying to make it as, accessible as possible, but I also want people to know that like Rumble is a real platform that's really there to become a true competitor to everything else that exists. And they've got some stuff to do, and I know they're working on it. I'm going to keep talking with them about things that I think would make for a better interface than other platforms have. I'm all about customizability, and I know that, I mean, MMOs have been customizing the chat experience for 25 years now. I think we can figure it out for video streaming if they could figure it out on EverQuest in 1999, right? Like, I think we can start to get these features implemented. And interestingly, a lot of the features and things I'm talking about are things that aren't actually on the major platforms either. So I'm hoping to bring the user interface, Rumble, to what I think is conducive to a good streaming environment, because that's what I do. And I've just been doing it a lot over the past several years. And I think I can offer some suggestions to help really make that a good place for the viewer and also for the streamer. So, but that's what's coming up. As a result of that, my trip technically starts tomorrow. Lady Rackets and I have a charity event that we go to every year over this weekend. And so I might do something tomorrow, but it'll be not a normal stream. It'd probably be pretty short, just kind of for fun and all that stuff. But that's tomorrow is not going to have a regular stream. The best way to know all of this, of course, is to just follow me on Locals, ricadalaw.locals.com, and you will be kept abreast on Thursdays, especially. You'll be kept abreast of what's going on, where I am. You'll also get information on the meetup there on Locals, because that'll be the best place for me to distribute it to people who are interested. So again, all for free, no payment requirement for those notifications and the information updates. I want all that to be as accessible as possible. So there's no paywall there or anything like that. Just, I'm trying to make sure people follow me on Locals, because I get comments and criticisms. Well, I don't know where you're streaming. I don't know what's going on. It's like, well, here on Locals, you will always know, because I always post there. And so that's the best way. Tonight, though, we have quite a show. Whew. We have quite a show tonight, I guess. Quite a bevy of topics. We've got Balenciaga. Balenciaga had a big whoops. And it seems to me that common sense would suggest that this was going to be a whoops prior to when it happened, prior to the actual event. But they decided to have children in their photo shoots holding bondage teddy bears with allusions to child pornography in the frame of the pictures. Now, I'm not going to show the pictures, because they're gross, dude. They're fucking nasty. They're straight fucking disgusting. What we're going to focus on is a very short lawsuit that's been filed by Balenciaga against the photographer and the production studio behind the photos. They're passing the dildo down the road. They're blaming the other people as if their publication had nothing to do, or their publishing arm had nothing to do with publishing the photos. They're just saying, oh, it was these other people. Okay. All right. We're going to have to see. They're suing the production company for $25 million. So we'll check out their complaint and give it a once over. It's not long. This is what a placeholder complaint is. You file the complaint, and well, I'll get into all of that. We've got Balenciaga. We've got Darrell Brooks is going to appeal. He's filed his notice of appeal. This won't be a long topic. We'll just talk about his prospects, which are definitely really good prospects on that. Biden Biden's student loan forgiveness plan is running into hurdles as a federal judge down in Texas said, Nine. Your plan is scheiße. And has blocked it. And the Court of Appeals said, yeah, fuck you. Now it has to go to the Supreme Court if they take it up. But right now, Biden's student loan plan's in real trouble. And there's another thing that's been going on. This is a long thing. So many of you may not be aware of this event, depending on when you join the channel. But there's a crazy person named Critical K. Karen Yax is her name. It's not me doxing her. Her name is public record. Karen Yax, Critical K. She has a banned YouTube channel. She is a ban evading YouTuber in the true crime space. And she's an absolute fucking imbecile who spends her time doxing people, harassing them, defaming them. And then when she does this enough, she gets sued. She gets sued. And then the real idiocy begins because she's fat and broke and can't actually afford any of what she says. She doesn't have any capital to back up her words. She doesn't have any truth either, but she is being sued by a woman named Ray Andracchio. Now, the reason that Karen Yax is on my radar at all, or that I even know that Critical K exists, is because of the Michael Long, Sophie Long, Kelly Long situation that popped off a couple years ago, in which a little girl was supposed to go back to her mom. Her parents were split up, was supposed to go back to her mom, and was filmed on a viral video, screaming, crying, resisting going back because of the abuse she feared at the hands of her mother and her mother's boyfriend, who turns out to be a real fucking dirtbag on his own. A custody battle would ensue. PR firms get involved. Shady court stuff happens to the point where no one can actually know what's going on in this situation. What we do know is there's some deeply wounded people and a couple children in the mix who are all in danger during this scenario. So I was covering this scenario, and Critical K, Karen Yax, was on the other side of it. She was on Kelly Long's side, where I was on the side of, I don't know if Michael is solid, but I know that Kelly is fucking crazy. Well, she doesn't like that. She didn't like my opinions. She has called me a pedophile for daring to cover the case, to give Michael an interview that apparently made me a pedophile, according to her. You'd sue someone if they had anything to take, but they don't. Plus, she's already being sued, and that would be a superior claim, by Ray Andracchio. Ray Andracchio is a woman whose son was murdered, according to her. Police ruled it a suicide, and she has been pushing for the truth because it's a very suspect circumstances around that. It was kind of big in the Wine Mom true crime era of YouTube, and that's kind of what's been going on with that situation. She's been sued over statements she made about Ray Andracchio, and rather than actually fight them, she has decided to just tell the court that she can't be sued. So, yeah. Yeah, and someone in my locals chat, who was that? Manders 13 says, was not a suicide. And yeah, I mean, dude, if this is a suicide, it was suspect as fuck. Thank you, Zeno. Thank you. I've gotten so used to not pinning links that I had forgotten. So anyway, she is flailing in her lawsuit. So we're going to talk about that. We got to talk a little bit about Kanye, right? Like, we got to spend a few minutes talking about fucking Kanye at some point this evening. because the man went on Alex Jones. I am not going to go through the Kanye interview on Alex Jones tonight, because I don't know if that can be on YouTube. So once I am doing the next Rumble stream, which will probably be early next week, or maybe over the weekend. It kind of depends on how things shake out with travel. We'll go deep into the Kanye Alex Jones interview on Rumble exclusively. I just don't really think that that's a YouTube one that we can do. And I'm not as someone who has recently been completely thrown off of the platform. We're going to put a little pause on that one. So, but we'll be doing that very soon over on Rumble, and then we'll get it taken care of. All right, I'm not shying away from the Kanye stuff, but I'm not prepped to do the Kanye stuff tonight, and I'm not prepped to do it on YouTube. If I do it on YouTube, I have to have Ryan, the editor, go in and censor everything, and that kind of seems silly. But we'll do it this coming week. We will talk about Kanye's tweets maybe a little bit, which pretty good. They're pretty good tweets, I guess, depending on what you're trying to accomplish. So we'll do that. There we go. Whew. Is there anything else we need to talk about? I'm exhausted. We'll get into the show in just a second. I taught today. It was the last homeschool co-op class of the semester, and so I taught the students about well, we went through Article 3 of the Constitution, Article 4, where I got to explain to them that judicial review doesn't exist in the Constitution at all. It's not there, and yeah, so that was fun. And those days are always, I don't know why, they're always exhausting for me. It's kind of the schedule that does it, but is he in slow mode? Yes, I'm recovering. But yeah. So we'll just give me a second. Life's funny, guys. It's a fucking disaster in the best way most of the time. All right. I'm going to wait to cover Kanye until we get a couple more people in here as the show goes on. We're going to start with Balenciaga. That's where we're going to start. Let me pull up my story in the file. Okay. And damn. No, it wasn't on. Too much social media, too many platforms. You go on rants in your classes like you do in your streams about freedom. Not quite the same, but yes. Some very critical differences between the rants I do in the classroom full of high schoolers than the rants I do on stream. Oh shit, I don't even have it here. Oh shit, yeah, we'll bring Steve Gosney's in the chat, and he can probably come on to talk about Brooks in just a little bit. So that'll be very helpful. We'll talk about his notice of appeal, and we'll get an expert on criminal appeals on the show to do that. So, oh shit, I gotta get the one last thing. Do I teach grifting 101? I should. But it's actually just what I oh, well, here's the story, isn't it? Ah, damn it, TMZ. Um, we won't dwell on it. Now, I should teach grifting 101, but I teach the Constitution. We start with powers. Excuse me. We start with powers and then move to liberties in the second semester. I teach it as a very high level and truncated overview of the Constitution because that's how people need to be introduced to it. Because the Constitution was written to be understood by the everyman. And we've kind of conflated that to mean, no, it doesn't actually say what it says. It says something completely different. But no, you got to understand the foundation of the Constitution, the fundamentals behind it, and then you can go into how it's been changed, bastardized, and raped by the Supreme Court since 1803, when those motherfuckers decided that they could just rewrite what was in the Constitution and that to give them the power to rewrite what was in the Constitution. So that's nice. Okay. Let me reply to Steve. Apply. I just got to get him the link. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. We're going to Balenciaga. We're going to get the news story first, and this is pretty clear. And then we'll go to we'll go over to the actual document in just a second. Suing marketing agency to shift blame. Balenciaga is suing the marketing agency to shift blame. Production sources claim. Of course they are. This is a show lawsuit. They're not going to have grounds. Like, these people would be acting as their agents. It's going to be a whole lot. It's going to be a whole lot of bullshit just for the purpose of trying to get the story cleaned up. I mean, they shift the blame in the media. They can always fold the lawsuit later. They can do that. But here we go. So here are the photos that are on there. I wasn't going to show them, but they're on the TMZ thing. There's more detail to the photos than what matters, but you can see these little bears are in bondage, BDSM attire. Some people can see that, you degenerates. Other good, pure Christian people would just see a simple outfit on these bears and see nothing wrong with it. They're like, it's interesting that leather is making a comeback. I guess they're hard rock bears. Nope. You would be surprised. These are actually BDSM bears, and that's what's going on. There's some other shit going on here. But here we go. Balenciaga is looking for a scapegoat after the backlash against its child BDSM themed campaign. And that's the real reason it's suing a marketing agency for $25 million. So says a source close to the agency. And if you don't see that this is exactly what they're doing, no, it wasn't us. It was that guy that's directly under our control. And we probably have an ad an ad production rep there on scene, on set, helping out with the direction, providing creative input, exercising creative control and veto power over things that the ad campaign wants to do. Plus, the ultimate publishing of the ad campaign would have to have a final send-off from Balenciaga. There's no way on earth that a company like this is just like, yeah, do whatever you want. Did we trust you? No. Are you kidding me? Sources connected to the controversial photo shoot tell TMZ the agency North 6 has worked with Balenciaga in the past, but wielded no creative power on this particular photo shoot. Instead, we're told its employees only dealt with logistics like crew, equipment, and locations. More specifically, we're told the company had absolutely nothing to do with the set design for the shoot. And of course, this would have to be their narrative. They want to stay as far away from this as possible. Otherwise, they look like the child pornography monsters. which featured young models. Young models. They're toddlers. They're toddlers. Posing in a cluttered office with a desk that appeared to have legal documents regarding a Supreme Court case dealing with child pornography. Man, the internet's amazing, isn't it? Someone's like, there's a piece of paper in this photo. Zoom, enhance. And then they look at the words and start throwing them into Google and find out, oh, yeah, this is a child porn case. Okay, why is this on the set? Why is it even there? Our sources also say North 6 staffers weren't present at the time of the final staging, but we're told the agency did hire a third-party set designer, Nicolas Desjardins. He's also listed as a defendant in the lawsuit, but it's unclear if Balenciaga is directly blaming him for placing the child porn document on the desk. We've reached out to Nicolas for comment. So far, no word back. Based Nicolas not responding to the press. Another source tells us Balenciaga is just slamming outside parties like North 6 as a way to deflect negative attention from letting this happen. Remember, Kim Kardashian, who's long partnered with the brand, condemned the design house and demanded it takes action to avoid this kind of scandal in the future. We're told many believe there's no way a brand as big as Balenciaga wouldn't have seen the photos before approving the campaign. Of course not. As we reported, the luxury fashion brand sparked outrage and calls for a boycott after the ads were released, showing children gripping teddy bears wearing what many saw as S&M gear. I mean, let's see if we can get the kid out of the frame. Not really. But what many saw as S&M gear. I mean, it's got a metal fucking ring and studded leather straps. It's completely revealing of the rest of the... This is a black mesh shirt, leather wristbands, some sort of leash system here. I mean, come on. It's not what many people see. It's what it was. Obviously what it was. Anyway, there's the whole thing, but they're suing over the ad here. We've got the lawsuit. This won't take long. Mr. Gosney is backstage, and I'll bring him in right after this segment when we switch over to Darrell Brooks. Okay, here we go. So Balenciaga is suing North 6, Nicolas Desjardins, and his LLC. To the above named defendant, this is a summons. And here's their notice. Nature of the action is as follows. Luxury fashion house Balenciaga brings this action against production company North 6 Inc. and its agent set designer Nicolas Desjardins, DBA Nicolas Desjardins LLC, to seek redress for extensive damages defendants caused in connection with an advertising campaign Balenciaga hired them to produce. Upon information and belief, defendants without Balenciaga's knowledge or authorization included certain documents in the campaign photograph, including an excerpt from a court decision upholding a criminal prohibition against child pornography. Okay, let's slow this down here. The problem with the photography campaign is not that there's a document partly obscured in an off-center section of the photo that references child pornography from the Supreme Court. This is not the issue with the photo shoot. This is an issue maybe indicating motivation about the photo shoot, maybe being a subtle jab, an art repost, right, to popular culture, a middle finger to the stuffy class or whatever. That might be what's true. But the problem is that you've got kids who are under 5 holding bears in bondage gear as if that's normal. That's not normal. That's weird. that shit shouldn't happen. This should not be a part of a major brand's ad campaign. It's not edgy. It's not high culture, haute couture. It's none of that French bullshit. It's just bad. And they're getting blown out because of the photos of the children and the evidence being included in that is the document. But the document certainly isn't $25 million of damage. The photos of the children might be. But they're like, wow, we didn't put that document on the table. Without the document, it's fine. No, nuh-uh. We need to end this now. Jesus. The problem is you, my friend. Here we go. Balenciaga believes that defendants' inexplicable acts and omissions were malevolent or, at the very least, extraordinarily reckless. Yes, what they were really trying to do is get back at you, Balenciaga, for the massive money ad campaign that you hired them to shoot. They're probably trying to get revenge right now, especially as a repeat production company for your advertising campaigns. I'm sure they really just hate you and are trying to just fuck you over. Good call. As a result of defendants' misconduct, members of the public, including the news media, have falsely and horrifically associated Balenciaga with a repulsive and deeply disturbing subject of the court decision. Again, they're trying to make it about not even the court decision, because the court decision says, no, child pornography is bad. There you go. That's the court decision. That's the key holding. Child pornography, still illegal. So they're saying it's a step removed, that it's the subject of the court decision, which is child pornography, that they're running from here, or that they're trying to be damaged with. It's an insane disambiguation from what has actually happened. Defendants are liable to Balenciaga for all harm resulting from this false assertion. Association, please take further notice that the relief sought by this action is monetary damages plus interest in the cost of disbursements of the action, which is $25 million as listed up here. Upon your failure to appear, judgment will be taken against you jointly and severally by default for a sum to be determined according to proof, but no less than $25 million. So that's what they're after. Thank you, Karen Dechter. This is just a notice of the action and the summons. This is in New York. There's not a full complaint attached to this thing yet. I'm not sure if the full complaint has been filed, but I'll be watching for that, and I'll do a full review of it at some point. But look, you don't need a full complaint at this point. What you need is to get the action moving in court. They need the news story. They don't even need this to go to court at the end of the day. They'd settle for a nuisance amount of some sort if they really wanted to. They need this thing to hit the papers now, like it's doing. They need it to hit mass media, say, oh, no. Balenciaga isn't actually down with child pornography. We need to correct that message right away. And it's these guys who did it. That's the goal. So, but that's a summary of what's been going on. People have been asking about this story. I'm following along with it, but now there's a full legal avenue to it. We'll be watching. I actually anticipate that the lawsuit from this one will be really good lawyers writing a really shit document. That's my guess. I don't know if we've got the prediction meter going. Speaking of the prediction meter, I'm going to bring on someone who is going to help us predict the chances of our good friend Darrell Brooks. What's up, Steve? Oh, I got to get my headphones on so I can hear you.
What's up, man? You're cracking me up. It's great. I love it. I'm normally not a night show guy. This is past my bedtime time, but I saw you're doing Brooks, and so I figured I'd better come on. It's my my nemesis.
It's your nemesis. It's in your wheelhouse too.
In my wheelhouse, right?
Like
appeals.
Full on. Yeah,
full
criminal
on.
appeals.
All about it, man. Yeah, well, you want the short version? The short version, you can kick me out. Brooks is going to lose.
No,
I'm telling you, I know it's a hard prediction.
On.
And then the chances of the state getting a favorable opinion approving of the judge's actions in the case are very high.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This will be interesting because someone was critical of me doing the Brooks trial because they said, as a foregone conclusion, which I agree with, he was going to be guilty. It would be some crazy thing would have to happen. But then further, that there was no interesting question of law, which on the surface of Brooks, there really isn't. But what happened in court does actually pose an interesting question of law. Are we taking Illinois v. Allen to a 21st century step and saying, well, rather than binding and gagging someone in the courtroom or completely removing them and forfeiting their right to appear, do we have this hybrid option available? And I would wonder if there were an enterprising appellate attorney of maybe I don't know if they'd even include this, but maybe they would seek to pare back Illinois v. Allen and remove gagging and binding and gagging as like an option, or try to
No,
remove full ejection as an option.
no, I think they'll expand the options. They will explicitly approve the removal and putting into the other court with audio playing if somebody's disruptive. So I don't think they'll touch the gagging, because people love it when idiots get gagged in the court. In fact, I kind of thought that the judge was, she was in such a habit of dealing with this guy in a certain way. But, when those victim statements were going, they could have gagged him and just made him sit there and listen to him. That was an option she had. She didn't have to kick him out. In fact, part of the whole victim impact statement, the reason you have him sitting there is so that they can yell at him and tell him what they think of him, right?
Yeah, and what I found interesting was he was out of the courtroom for one victim impact statement, and that one was actually reread when he was back in on the next day. When normally there was not, their side, the state side was done. The victims all spoke their piece, but the judge did allow a rereading of that particular child's victim impact statement with Brooks in the room, which I thought was a good move by the judge.
Yes.
What do you think of what, briefly before we get into Brooks too much, what do you think of the judge being a Supreme Court of Wisconsin candidate?
Yeah,
do you think that explains her actions a little bit more?
Yes, I think so. I think she was playing to her crowd, and it's sad because we watched Legal Vices, and I watched this murder trial over in Tampa, and that was a great trial. There was a great prosecutor, a great defense team, great judge. I mean, it was clean. It was a death penalty case. The guy got convicted. He was stabbed, cut the girl's head off almost, and then and he got convicted, and then the death penalty came back, and they came back with life verdict. So it was a good verdict, good jury. It was so refreshing to see, and this judge, everybody's kind of getting on me about being hard on her, because the people of Wisconsin really liked her. They said, "Oh no, she's being nice," and so she's part of that community, right? But I'm critical of her. I don't think that she needed to repeat herself over and over and over again.
Yeah,
that was wasting everybody's time. She should have taken definitive action. And but look, a lot of people love what she did in the sentencing. And ultimately her constituency
I didn't really like that.
I didn't like it either, but a lot of it is the Wisconsin folks. That's her crowd, right?
I mean, I guess, but it also is a campaign ad in a criminal trial, which bothers me, because that whole like reading the names and allowing the applause for 6 straight convictions and then cutting it off after that. Like, I get the sentiment. I get why the people of Wisconsin like it. That doesn't make it proper in a criminal trial where justice is supposed to be neutral and,
right. You shouldn't be playing to the crowd. I mean, come on. This is a judge.
Especially in the context of you're running for the Supreme Court of Wisconsin.
Like she knew that didn't like come out of the blue. Like, oh, hey, I mean, she did that. She is using this trial as a lever to look how popular, look how good I am and all this. But as I was not impressed with her as a judge. I think I gave her on my Rumble channel, I gave her a C. And because
the professor.
Yes, I gave the prosecution an A+. Prosecution,
they did really well in that trial.
Perfect, but I gave Brooks an F-. I'm grading the participants. That's my one of my Rumble channel things when I do a trial. But been back at work. This is late night stuff. My son's been sick, so I've been up all day, all night, caring for him. But anyways, thank you for letting me on. I appreciate the commentary. Trying to get more subscribers. I'm getting all kinds of content on my Rumble channel, but
yeah, I know. I keep getting notifications from you. I'm like, damn, Steve's out here putting out stuff.
I am. I'm piling it in, all kinds of stuff. You know what they need to do in Rumble is they need to have playlists, because my stuff's all over the place. I've got like music recs, I got music playing, and then I've got law.
They kind of do. in a different way. Rumble allows you to make sub channels. Like you can have your main Rumble account and then create multiple sub channels under it. That's one way, but I agree. They should have actually just playlists to go through. So let me hit a couple of these chats that have come in, and then we'll full on go into the Brooks article about his appeal. And we'll go.
Does he actually have like what he is appealing, or is it just a notice?
I think he's just filed notice. But what I want to do is I want to critique the article that they wrote about it, because we'll see what the media says. Because the media has been so oddly deferential to him the whole time. I mean, there's speculative reasons as to why, but like we could, that's okay. But it's like, so let's see what they say about it now that he's been convicted, overwhelmingly convicted, and that we've got this appeal coming. Does the media have any wisdom on it? Who knows? And then we can talk about what you think will be like the ultimate sort of issues. We could speculate on that.
Sure.
So Karamachet says, Nick, the teddy bear is a symbol of the pedo. Oh yeah. I mean, I guess, but like having kids with teddy bears in a campaign by itself in isolation would be just kind of like a normal thing.
What is with it, with our culture right now, and these crazy lefties wanting to perp on children? They want to inject them with fluids and, do all kinds of, cut their Wheaties off. And what is up with this, like praying, child sacrifice? I thought we got rid of that a long time ago.
My main G Moloch is back.
Right.
He's back and he's better than ever. He's like, you don't even have to kill him. You just have to corrupt the hell out of him and send him to me. Like, no, I don't know, man. It's like, it started cropping up all over the place in all aspects of culture everywhere. They're like, you know what we should do? Like, you can imagine just around every border. Hey, you know what, guys? Why don't we just put kids in this stuff? And it's like, well, this is like a bondage video, though. Yeah, I know, but what's a couple kids running around there? That's like fine, right? And then there's like, like a rap video where a guy's talking about, trolling through the streets, smashing hoes. I don't know what rappers say these days. Like, but like they're doing, it's like
Nick's rap.
You know what, guys? Let's do a remix of Tip Drill. And while he's talking about his tip drilling the women, we'll just have a bunch of kids run by. Like, it'll be fun. They can dance and they can twerk and stuff. And like, you see these, that's what's really killing me. Like, you see these weird videos of these moms who have their little like 4-year-old kids twerking and stuff. It's like, one, why are you doing this? 2, why are you recording it? And 3, why is this on the internet? Like, why are you?
Yeah, it's very strange. I don't get it. And the people, there's an undiscussed, little discussed. I don't know. There's something that is not talked about very much, and that is that this is very bad for our country, for foreign relations. I mean, a lot of what Putin is using as propaganda against the West is this kind of moral corruption and moral decay, saying we are not them. Same thing with the Muslim world. And I can't say they're wrong, but they're using that as a scare tactic for their people. So that it's very bad. Our country looks very bad when our mainstream media and our celebrities are pushing this child exploitation craziness. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's true. Because, well, except for the problem is the European countries aren't any better.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's an anti-Western thing where it's like the decline and decay of the West, and they're right. So, why do they hate us? Remember that after 9/11? Why do they hate us? Right? Yeah. Well,
back then it was McDonald's. Now it's child pornography.
Right. Well, I'll take McDonald's any day. Have a Hamburglar.
But that was part of that thing after 9/11. It's like, why do they hate us? And it was like literally just like commercialization of stuff. So you had like McDonald's.
It was Western. The domination of Western culture in these countries that are traditional. Well, if they hated McDonald's, what do you think they think about pedophile kids with teddy bears? Oh my gosh. Or the whole degenerate culture that we seem to have plunged into. Boy, do I sound like a prude? Probably.
You do, but that's okay.
That's
Because I love degeneracy, but I have limits. And what Balenciaga did here is one of them. Like,
yeah.
just
Oh,
stay
this.
away
Oh,
from,
that
stay away
that
from kids
lawsuit.
forever.
That lawsuit is such garbage. All that is a PR move, and it's going to get dropped as soon as there's some cover big like mass shooting or hurricane or some disaster. They're just going to quietly drop it once the PR thing is over. So now they can say, "Well, yes, we don't agree. That was a mistake," and it's such garbage.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The Squid says overall justice was served with Brooks, but the whole playing to the crowd gives off more of a mob rule instead of proper justice. But what do I know? No, I agree. It's weird because like it's really hard to screw up the Darrell Brooks case. And they didn't. No one screwed it up, but they can just cast a pall upon it by just not maintaining the integrity of the court. And the court has enough integrity problems on a daily basis. They don't need the help.
Why is this judge going on to like doing interviews in front of a fireplace and like this is about her? It's not about her. It's about the victims of this idiot and and about all the people that were injured and killed. It's not a but I understand that this is the world we live in, but it's a little unseemly to use this trial as a springboard to greater heights in judging, especially this close. I mean, the guy has just been sentenced. I don't know. I don't like it, but that's why I guess I'm not on the Supreme Court.
Right.
Whatever.
Man. Oh, so real quick diversion. I don't know if you heard. So I was teaching Constitution today.
Okay.
And to high schoolers at our homeschool co-op.
Cool.
And we went through Article 3 and I pointed out that judicial review isn't in it.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that aren't in there that people think there are, separation of church and state is another one.
Right. Yeah. We're not to liberties yet. So when we get there, that's when the new year starts, we'll finish up. Because Articles 4, 5, and 6 take almost no time. Or I think we got through most of 4. So 5 and 6 take like no time. And then we'll pop into the First Amendment and get going through those. But it's like, yeah, I mean, that's true. But judicial review was generated by the courts in Marbury versus Madison. And like, it was the most amazing thing. They took an extra constitutional power to say that Congress and the president couldn't use extra constitutional powers. They did that. And we're all just like, yeah, I guess so.
It's pretty clever how it was done, though. Do you remember how the result of Marbury versus Madison is fascinating? Because they declared it and then didn't kind of like, it was kind of the two-step because everybody got happy. So it's like, we're not going to challenge that. But like you say, they really carved out a very powerful unenumerated power for themselves.
They literally write constitutional amendments. I mean, that's what they do. And look what it takes to overturn it. Roe versus Wade created a constitutional right to abortion.
I have a very complex and difficult thought on this, but it's too long and I don't want to spoil your beautiful happy show here with it. But on my Rumble channel, I'm laying it out. I'm working on an article about this topic about individual rights and a theoretical construct to deal with the radical left and their encroachment on the individual. And so if anybody's interested in my academic, musings, I'm working on it right now. And I thought I would lay out my thought patterns and the way that I come up with these articles so that, and this one's sort of developing. I've written just a little bit of a framework, but I'm trying to develop the idea by talking. Mm-hmm. So if you want to go onto my Rumble channel and see academic stuff, go over there. I don't know. Why am I talking about this? It's late, man.
Because it's the internet, man. We just talk. It's fine. You don't need to worry about it at all.
I don't know, man. I feel like I'm a little off.
I might tap you on the shoulder to see if you'd be interested in guest lecturing through like a recorded segment about maybe 4th, 5th, or 6th Amendment issues with the, 'cause-
Actually, I have a very I've been teaching with law self-defense at Andrew,
right.
and I have a big thing on the Fifth Amendment.
Well, I know that you do, but these are high schoolers.
Well, yeah, but I can make. I've got a. I mean, it's a good module. It's made for everybody. Yeah,
Right.
I'd be happy to just reach out. I'll be happy to
Yeah.
guest
Well,
lecture.
I don't know what our schedule is, but it'll be next year when it happens, starting in January when the school year kicks back up. But yeah, I'm gonna do that. I want to bring in some other people so these kids know there are other lawyers who will tell them the truth too. 'Cause there are a few out there, but not many.
Daddy Rackets is like, oh, that's just Daddy Rackets. He doesn't know nothing.
No, they all. So it's a very conservative homeschool co-op. Like all these kids are like, they're hilarious. It's like, what does the Second Amendment say? That we get guns forever and no one can touch them. It's like, yeah, good. You got it. You nailed
That's
it.
great. I love it. Homeschooling's great. I homeschooled my son last 2 years of his because of this whole shutdown masking thing. So I said, screw it, we're homeschooling him. And so he did great.
Mm-hmm. No, it's
Yeah.
amazing. It's amazing how like just resilient and then also like productive and smart kids are with when they're treated like they're people.
Right. Well, and I mean, it's a mistake to think that, like you're saying, talk over their heads, but kids are a lot smarter. They know what's up, and I think they like to be challenged, and like to be challenged and think about real things and adult things. Like, who is it? Well, this is a really bizarre. So my brain, I'll tell you, this is late for me, but I was thinking about Star Wars. You ever? There was this really good Red Letter Media takedown of the prequels. You ever see that?
I have.
And
it's like the only Red Letter Media thing I've ever seen.
Oh, it's wonderful, though. It's great. It's exactly, those guys took it down so hard. But one of them is they had the little kids with their little lightsabers going like, zip, 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 like learning how to fight the little robot laser thing. And it's like they made the point that's like little kids don't want to do that. That's not what they think's cool. They want to be Luke Skywalker, right? It is like, but it's, you're treating a kid like you're some stupid, oh, you could be like the little kid shooting the lightsaber. It's like, give me a break.
Yeah.
You want to be Luke Skywalker. You want to be a man. You want to be an adult.
Well, let's not be too hasty when you say you want to be Luke Skywalker and you want to be a man in the same sentence.
Okay, well, early, first movie, Luke Skywalker.
God,
I don't want to fight you, Dad.
Oh God,
I know you're good. I know
I'm not a Star Wars person. I could really piss some people off in general, but I'm not going to do it right now.
Are you a Trekker?
I mean, I like Star Trek. Star Wars is fine. It's just way overhyped on the story and the actual like. Star Wars existed in a time where all other sci-fi was weird, and they made
remember, like, how old were you around? Because I remember when that first movie came out. I remember
that was 76, I think.
77.
Yeah, I wasn't born yet. It was a couple years later.
Well, it was pretty incredible. Like when I was, I went to the theater. Oh, I was like 9 years old, 10 years old, and there was this thing. I came home and told my mom there was this movie, this preview, and there was this guy with a black, and there was these ships. I mean, it was like every little boy's fantasy about like choo 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 choo.
Yeah.
And I mean, I couldn't believe it. I went and watched that movie 30 times over the summer in the theater.
Yeah, well, that's what Star Wars was. It was a cultural phenomenon. It completely changed how sci-fi was portrayed on film. It didn't have to be like this weird, the weird like slinky armed robots and stuff like that. The Lost in Space stuff.
Danger, Will Robinson, danger.
Right, like, and so I appreciate that about Star Wars, but like when you really get down to it,
yeah,
like
after
the story and
the core three movies they're still riding those first three movies.
Yeah, but I mean, even those, like the story and the delivery of the story from a storytelling perspective is not great. It's not fantastic.
The first two were fantastic.
You can say that all day.
Okay. Well, but I'll tell you really the kids, like when my son was growing up, I said Harry Potter is your Star Wars. Harry Potter had kind of that phenomenon where kids were reading the books, they were way into it, they got their little wands, same sort of idea, except better written.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like Lucas built an amazing universe in Star Wars. I'll agree. And I think occasional to often garbage storytelling is a product of the universe genre of story in general. Like I like Warhammer 40K. Most of the books are not bangers, right? Like you're invested in the universe and this whole like concept. That's what Star Wars is to me. And so you can kind of deal with the bad dialogue, the really shitty interpersonal interactions, the inexplicable actions of the overwhelming majority of characters because the person who wrote it is an autistic moron who doesn't know how humans work. Like, sure, I can forgive all that because you're developing out this universe that's really interesting to me. And also space laser swords, which really is like a 9 out of 10 automatically. You invented space laser swords. You automatically have made this movie so much cooler than most anything that has ever existed. I get it. I'm not a Star Wars hater. I'm a Star Wars truther.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you completely about that. But what was it? I'm actually reading a book you recommended, which was the
Ilium.
Yes, and that's pretty wild. Look, I got a little spring. I was wondering where the hell this is. You ever built an AR-15?
No, I haven't built one. I just bought one fully assembled.
Oh, I'm building. I like to build them. It's like Legos for adults. And I've lost the spring. These little things, they go twing.
Yeah.
So I don't know, how did it just appear there? I'm sorry. I gotta collect that.
Okay.
How far
are you in Ilium?
I'm about halfway.
Oh yeah, you liking it?
It's I'll tell you, it's hard to really I'm getting it and I'm into it, but it's the way it's hard to visualize. He's not a very visual writer. He's more of a and there's a lot of like strange twists to it. It's like I'm going and I'm down and I'm following this thing and then there's something else and it's coming this way. I mean, it's a little confusing for this old man brain.
Well, it's supposed to be as you get as it wraps and it's revealed what's kind of like going on with it, it makes a lot more sense.
No, they've encountered like, the Odysseus and all them and the Mars and it's pretty wild. But anyway, so I just wanted to tell you I am. Oh, and you've also got some alcohol coming your way, by the way.
Ooh, I like to hear that.
Selling my books. We have a place called Copper Bottom Distillery in Daytona, and they distill their own alcohol.
You know what? I think I've had Copper Bottom.
Okay, it's really good.
Yeah. No, because when I travel, and my parents live over near St. Pete's,
right?
And so when I travel, I like to try and find local whiskeys if I can. And I'm pretty sure I bought one of their bottles. But no, if I remember right, I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Well, they're very careful. It's locally brewed. We went back there. They had the whole still, and they showed us how they did it, and they took out all the impurities. It was really quite impressive. I mean, it's very handmade. So I'll be interested to see, because I'm not really a whiskey rum guy, but you are. So I'd be interested to see what you thought, because when I tried it, I liked it, and I don't really that's not my thing, but I sent you a bottle because I'm actually on the second edition.
I saw. I was very happy.
Did you get your book, by the way?
Yep, it's right here.
Okay,
I got it.
Have you done a book report on it? See there? Well, that's the first edition. This is the second edition. That's out of print. That's the collectible version.
I know. It's hardcover too.
Only you can't buy the hardcover.
Oh,
that's only been gifted to very few people. Very few people. So
I appreciate that.
Well, you made that book a success. I mean, I'm really very grateful. So I guess I owe you a Fifth Amendment class with a bunch of kids.
It's really easy. It's really easy.
No, I love teaching. All right, back to work.
Okay, let's get to Darrell Brooks here. So here's the story. This is from WISN, which they cover tons of Wisconsin news. That's what they do. Darrell Brooks files notice to appeal Christmas parade conviction. The handwritten notice indicated Brooks is asking for representation from the public defender's office. Okay. I mean, I don't know if that's going to help him.
Well, welcome to my world.
So Darrell Brooks, the man convicted of driving an SUV through the Waukesha Christmas parade, killing 6 people, filed paperwork Tuesday indicating he is appealing the jury's decision. The handwritten notice to seek post-conviction relief also revealed he will change his approach to representation. He unsuccessfully represented himself at trial.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they didn't shoot him in the courtroom, so that's some success. Like, there's a level of success relative.
That's a pretty low bar there. I think you're
Look,
setting
man,
there, Nick.
Hey, a guy got killed selling loose cigarettes. I think Darrell Brooks representing himself after murdering 6 people and injuring 60 more and living through the experience I think he's done pretty well.
With that attitude, man, I'll tell you. That attitude was horrible. Oh, that guy. Oh, he will forever live in my brain. Sadly, GROUNZ. and he took away my favorite thing about what was it? He says, what do you always question? He would say,
subject matter jurisdiction, or is it on the record?
No. When he would say, he'd question the guy, and it would be like, would you agree that, is it fair to say?
Oh, yeah. Is it fair to say?
I like that. That's a good phrase. But, he blew it. Took it away from me.
Yep. He killed it. Let's see. Circuit Judge Jennifer Darrow, whom Brooks, he ran it over, Steve, whom Brooks verbally sparred with several times during the trial, sentenced Brooks to 6 consecutive life terms in prison. Well, and another 900 years. There's also the 900 years, though. The document filed Tuesday requests help from the public defender's office in the appeal effort. Court records do not indicate when the matter will go before a judge or appellate court. Well, I mean, it's a notice of appeal. He has a right to appeal. So I don't know that it's going to go before a judge and just go to the appeals court. But
right.
Okay.
And no, do you want the process to be is it too late today? I feel like I need to teach.
Do it. Teach.
Well, okay. So here's the way it works. Okay. So within 30 days of the rendering of the judgment, the pronouncement of the sentence, you file a notice of appeal. The notice of appeal gets filed with the court. It automatically generates an appeal case number at the court. What the first process for the appellate attorneys will be to get the entire record transcribed by the poor court reporters. And this is the record. It's on the record. And this is why I'm upset with that judge, because she needlessly made that record ridiculously long and complicated when she could have just said, I rely on previous motions of previous rulings, right? She could have just said that and moved on. But now, instead, that court reporter is going to have to type up. Now, I hear that they actually have AI that does a preliminary draft, and the court reporters just double check it. But still, it's going to be piles and piles of paper. Now, it is.
Oh, it's going to be insane.
Yeah, so it's going to be a huge record. I remember when Casey Anthony. We had when Casey Anthony was coming down here locally, everybody was bummed at our office because we would have gotten that appeal. And we were so happy when she won, because then we didn't have to deal with that record, because it was so voluminous. It would have been 20,000 pages. And this one's going to be like, so you got to complete the record. Once it's done, the public defender is going to get it. Now, the question he has to do is it going to be an Anders brief or a merit brief? About half the cases you get in the public defenders are Anders briefs, which means there's no issue. You summarize the facts and you move to withdraw. All right. That may be like what I've seen. Now, I didn't see all the preliminary stuff, but the trial was clean as far as I was concerned. Now, there's that possibility from the trial, because there could have been pretrial rulings, because he was represented by the public defender's office, and they had some pretrial rulings. So there may be something there. But if not, the trial was clean. Now, you theoretically could merit the kicking out of the courtroom thing, but I don't think there's anything there.
It's not a good argument.
Not a good argument.
It is, but it is an appeal point.
It is an appeal point. So you could merit it on that point.
Right.
But see, it doesn't matter, because whatever the public defender does, Brooks is not going to be happy, and he's going to write his own thing. So Once they file it, then he's going to say, I don't like it. I want to file my own brief. And he's going to fire the public defender and file his own thing. And then that will get turned down by the court.
Exactly.
So that's a future. Believe me, his chances on appeal are nil.
Well, of course. Like there's just he did it. And the investigation seems to be clean. The arrest seems to be clean. The evidence gathering seems to be clean. The court case was done clean. Even if they determined that his removal from the courtroom was improper, I don't know that they could find it to be prejudicial. Because I'm not sure where he was ever unable to participate.
But who are these appellate judges? Do you think, this is the thing. People think that appeals is some like cold-hearted, entity. These are judges just like Judge Judy here, who got elevated because they're the political ends and they gave a lot of money to somebody. They're not going to be on Brooks's side. Appeals are like a million ways to lose. And being an appellate lawyer, you've got to try to figure out all the different ways you can lose and kind of cut them all off at the pass so that you can find the one path in a million that leads to victory. You think Brooks has got that path down? He's such an idiot.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he's smart though. That's the thing.
But there's a million ways that he screwed up. He represented himself. He can't claim the lawyer didn't do it. He didn't object correctly. None of his objections were any good. But the best thing is that the state played fair the whole time and didn't give him anything.
Well, and that's what I was saying. It doesn't matter how smart you are, because the smartest attorney going into Brooks's case is going to run into the same issues.
Right.
There's no puzzle to figure out here. The puzzle is built and all the pieces are already in it.
Right. That's right. Exactly. There's no magic wand. The highest paid attorney on earth does not have a different wand than anybody else. It's just a matter of knowing how not to lose.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Mostly gluten says, run, Steve, run. Nick will corrupt you. Now you will stay up all night and maybe might write an 800-page manifesto. Oh man, the page I read last night was one of the most insane and awesome pages ever. You could tell when he wrote it, like he was in a flow.
He was in the zone.
There's a beat to it. There's rhyme schemes happening in it. It was poetry. It was amazing. It was insane. And it was perfect. I was like, oh, I love this page.
I'll have to go back. I'll have to watch that. I'll have to go back and watch it.
Oh boy, it's
in my privacy. I'll turn off the lights, put on my headphones.
Hey, this is weird. You're a long way from Miami, right? Like you're like 6 hours from Miami.
No, about 4 hours. It's not that far.
Okay.
It's not too
I'm gonna be in Miami.
Oh, really? When?
This Sunday to Wednesday.
Oh, excellent.
And I'm gonna do a meetup Tuesday night. So
cool.
If you have any weird way and an opportunity to come to Miami Tuesday night and grab a drink or whatever, you're welcome to. I'll send you details. So
send me details. I'll talk to the wife. She's the one that ultimately determines. But that'd be fun. Go down. I'd love to. Love to go to Miami. Miami is actually a lot nicer than what we people up here in the North Florida like to admit. We like to criticize South Florida, but.
Look, I was walking around downtown the last time I was in Miami. It was one of the few places on earth where I did feel the knife like next to my skin at all times. I was like, I'm going to get stabbed. This is going to be bad. I'm going to get run over by a rented McLaren. Like, this sucks.
That's right. That's what you get. You get all these like 20-something-year-old kids riding around in their convertible Lambos, like going.
They're all rented.
All rented. And it's like, come on, who do you think you are? So ridiculous.
What's stopping me from making my way up to Steve? Let's see. I fly in Sunday. I go to my hotel. Monday, I go to Rumble and Locals HQ for a non-determined amount of time to sign the contract. And then Tuesday, I am spending a very long time with my wife at a spa.
Ah.
And then Tuesday night will be the meetup. But that's the main thing. This is our like Christmas vacation away from the kids, is a 4-day business trip.
Oh.
So that's what stops me from leaving I'm also not going to have a car. Like, I'm Ubering from the airport to the hotel, and then I'm Ubering or walking wherever I need to go. That's that.
So Miami's got some very nice spots to it. In Florida, it's such a big state, and there's so many different things. Like, I love Tampa, I love Jacksonville. Oh, we had another murder right across the street from my office. This is number 5 in the last 2 years.
So, that's not so bad.
No, don't come. Double homicide. In fact, I might be on.
That's a Chicago evening.
Well, we're not Chicago. We're a little Daytona, but I saw it in the paper. I'm like, hey, another murder. Awesome.
Pretty soon you'll be in the big leagues. You're in those triple digits.
Something about Daytona brings out like the weirdest people, man.
Yeah.
I don't
Florida
know.
in general, it's because it's warm.
Yeah.
Like legitimately, it's the same with Hawaii. If people can somehow find a way to get to Hawaii, like they get on a boat, or they scrape up enough money for a plane, then they get there and they buy like a beat up Jeep and they just live on a beach, because it's always nice. Like, the weather is not going to murder you. In Minnesota, you'll die.
Yeah,
like, you have to find a shelter.
You don't need Florida, man. You've got old man winter.
Yeah, exactly. But see, down there, nature keeps people around for whatever reason. So then they have time to eat each other rather than getting eaten by like some sort of fauna.
Yeah, like, what is it, Australia? Whenever Aussie comes on, that guy, man, they've got like more poisonous creatures in Australia than like.
It's a fictional story, Steve. It's a fictional story because literally everything can kill you, and a bunch of stupid inmates just happened to make a civilization there that ended up somewhat civilized. Doesn't make sense. I've watched Escape from New York and Escape from LA, and I know how prison colonies work. And Australia isn't how it works.
All right.
I've seen those documentaries.
Okay, so you based your life on the what you believe everything you watch on television.
Call me Snake.
Call me Snake Plissken. That's the greatest role. That's the greatest role ever.
Oh man, Snake. Escape from New York it's chef's kiss. Escape from LA is a little too goofy.
No, Escape from LA. That doesn't. You like that one?
I like it, but not as much as New York. New York is so much better.
The best Carpenter movie, though, is The Thing.
Yeah.
That's Carpenter, right?
I think so.
Yeah, The Thing is That is the.
Wait, did he do Prince of Darkness? Was that Carpenter?
I don't know.
I really like Prince of Darkness.
Have you ever seen Body Double?
Wait a minute. That's not the twin doctors.
No, that sucked. No, this is the one where Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Relax, and the music video is in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great movie. You should watch that.
Body Double. I feel like I watched it as a kid. Is there nudity in it?
Yes.
Okay, I definitely watched it on Showtime or HBO when I was a kid, because I would just go through the TV guide and look for the little N, and then I'd watch those.
Right. Movies. Oh, yeah. Well, I might have done that also.
I definitely did that all the time.
Did you have the Cinemax that would like fade in and out?
No, we had the real Cinemax.
I know, but it was like the channel if you didn't subscribe to it, because we didn't have a subscription to that.
No, that's what I'm saying. Well, I had the subscription.
Okay, well, see, you guys are wealthy Minnesotans or whatever.
Yeah, no, my parents just liked cable TV. They still like cable TV, I think.
I know. So does my mom. She pays like $200 a month for all Fox News and all these stupid channels. I'm like, I don't watch any of it. I don't have cable. I cut the cable years ago.
Me too. Yeah, I stopped having time to watch TV. So now I will occasionally watch stuff on streaming. Okay, Blaine 20. Elon just yeeted Kanye from Twitter, citing incitement to violence. He DM'd Kanye saying, "Sorry, but you have gone too far. This is not love. So Kanye,
not
Kanye
love.
has pushed Elon Musk's limits, and now we know where they are.
Well, I mean,
Limits-
it's pretty. It can't be
limits are
pretty
the
easy.
juice.
This whole censorship thing. I mean, it's not that difficult. It's like, okay, no child porn, no terrorist head chopping. All right, where else can we go? I mean, it's like, let's just stick with that.
And the annoying thing about it is Elon had already talked about how to solve this. He already said these, you know, if people want to say like really offensive type things, we'll have an algorithm that will deboost their tweet. It
But
won't
what's
get
offensive? I mean, I'm not offended by anything.
fine, but for whatever, like let's say
Censorship offends me.
right, but let's say it violates their hate speech policy. It won't be censored, but it won't. I know.
What's hate
and
speech?
I agree with you though.
You know,
I agree
and people
with you.
people have a right to speak hate speech.
I
mean,
know.
They speak
I'm with
nasty
you.
stuff, right? I mean, it's like, oh, you said a dirty word. I mean, this is what are we, kindergartners?
I'm 100% with you. I agree. However, not everybody's there, and so even in light of that, he had this policy which he stated on Twitter was if people are like violating these things, rather than delete their account for that particular tweet, it just won't get the promotion and it won't be eligible for ad revenue because he's protecting Twitter's advertiser investments. I mean, that's what he's trying to do. And that's dumb because advertisers now are like, well, I don't want to advertise on something offensive, which is silly because you still are selling products to the people who do the offensive stuff. So like, let's not pretend that you're super noble. Like, well, I can't be associated with it. It's like, yeah, but when they swipe their credit card, you take it every single time. So stop.
Right.
Stop.
I don't care.
But,
like whoever wants to buy my book, their money's green. I'm happy. You know,
exactly.
It's like,
as business should be.
and you know, and people have a right to talk and to think. They think what they want. You think out loud. You speak. The right to speak is the right to think, and we should have the right to think. You know, the thing that okay, so like, I mean, my list is very short. You know, child porn and violent. You know, people like demonstrating violence on you know, shooting people and stuff like that.
See,
Other than that,
my list is shorter than yours.
really?
Yeah, because I'm fine with the death videos and stuff like that.
Well, but I don't know. The thing is that it's a I don't know. I've seen too much of it in my practice, and
Oh, I've seen too much too. I don't particularly enjoy engaging in it, but
yeah, it's also
I don't mind its existence personally.
it also has an effect on children too. You know, it's like one of the, I don't know. I mean, but it's not a big list. Let's just face it. It's not difficult to say speech is speech, and that means you can free and you can say what you want. And here's the things that are off limits. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, how is this complicated?
I have no idea. But now we have Kanye being banned. Someone said it's just a 12-hour. Nope, he's got the full suspension thing. If you pull up Kanye West or at Kanye West, it is suspended for violating the rules. 12-hour suspensions don't show up that way. So it looks like he's tossed.
But see, this is what they did with Alex Jones. You know, they started with him because his speech was indefensible, right? Because he's making speeches and he's doing things, right? So the conservatives didn't step up, but then they learned how to cancel him. And that now it's like everybody.
Yep.
So they start with it. So, I mean, I would rather give the devil his due. Let him speak. I mean, why, if you don't shut him up, like, okay, so let's assume he's a racist and he's a Jew hater and all this stuff. All right, great. At least I know who he is. Now he's saying it. Now I know what he's about, right? Now I'm going to shut him down. So now everybody that's secret, they're going to keep that bottled up and say, oh, we know really who it is. And it's a big conspiracy. And they're trying to, you know, by suppressing it, you're just making it a lot worse. I want to know who the racists are. Speak loudly. I don't know. That's just maybe it's just me.
I agree. I want everybody to speak all the time, and I want them to.
And how about some humor? It's like people can't even make fun. I mean, remember Mel Brooks is Blazing Saddles. It's hilarious. But, oh, that's terrible. It's horrible. I'm offended. Well, how did we get controlled by the offended people? I don't know. I'm ranting.
So here we go. Here's the proof that we have. This, I mean, this is the suspension. Twitter suspensions are permanent suspensions. Twitter lockouts are a little bit different, but this is how he's gone. I mean, Elon can bring him back at some point, but this isn't a 12-hour thing.
See, Elon should have like his picture going like, hey, like one of those Elon pictures. Instead of a blank screen, it should be like Elon going, yeah, I've got the power to shut you down.
Before that, here was the exchange between Elon Musk and Ye. He says, standing in truth. Oh, wait, this is at Ye? Oh, this is a different platform. This isn't Instagram. I don't know where this is. Is it? Or Twitter? You got a special tag? Hold on one second. What the fuck this is? Because at Ye. That's not him.
It's not who?
That's not Kanye. Kanye's is at Kanye West.
I've never actually been on Twitter, so I don't even know what you do with it.
Oh, that's Truth Social. That's Truth Social. That makes some sense.
Isn't that okay. Trump's thing?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let me pull it back up. So this is Ye's DMs with Elon Musk. Standing in truth with 2 January 6ers as we speak. Jesus is king. And then he said, who made you the judge to Elon Musk? Elon says, our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. The kingdom come will be done in earth as it is in heaven. And then he says, I'm Jesus's name. Don't know if that's but a typo, but that's what he says. And then this was the 12-hour suspension. But the 12-hour suspension does not look like this. This is a permanent suspension. So we'll see. But I'm going to go through the whole Kanye stuff when I get on Just Rumble, including his appearance on Alex Jones. Let's see what this guy says about Darrell Brooks here.
Darrell Brooks is appealing his Waukesha parade conviction. Paperwork filed today shows Brooks is taking a different approach to this court battle. He unsuccessfully represented himself at trial, but in the notice to seek post-conviction relief, Brooks said he is requesting the assistance of public defenders. The records do not indicate when it will go before a judge.
All right, so that was nothing. Thanks. Very, very useful.
I did see an error. Actually, and come to think of it, I just remembered an error in that he might be raised, and that is that the judge did
jury
not
selection.
No, the judge did not reapproach Brooks about reappointment of the public defender at the sentencing phase. Because you're supposed to after the trial they come back guilty. The sentencing phase is a new portion, and they should have asked him, do you want a public defender for sentencing phase? And they never reapproached him on that.
What about the I know he was very disruptive during jury selection, but what about the way they did jury selection, applied the strikes?
I didn't think I saw that. What happened?
Okay, so he was not cooperating with the strikes, so they applied the strikes by lot to the jury pool.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it was because he when they asked him for because he got 6 or 8 strikes,
right?
Preemptives,
but you don't have to use them.
No, you don't have to use them. But he tried to use them on the whole jury, the entire jury pool. He was saying stuff that you can't do. And then they did them by drawing, I think it was. Let me see if I can find the story.
I never heard of such a thing. No, peremptory challenges it's very hard to screw up a jury selection. I mean, at least in Florida, you have to when you actually have a jury issue, it becomes a huge issue and a huge effort. You have to burn it. You have to do it just right. And I'm sure Brooks did not do it right. Now the question is, I've never heard of applying strikes by lot. I mean, it would seem to me that they just wouldn't apply the strikes. He's not doing them right. He does, he doesn't have to use them. So I don't understand what you're saying. What happened there? That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Let's see. Trying to get the timeline here. I think. Is this it? Okay, here. So I got it here. Okay. We've got the timeline of day 2.
Somebody asked, are you sure that it applies in Wisconsin? No, I'm not sure. I'm a Florida lawyer, but in Florida, the sentencing is a separate phase. I would imagine it's the same in Wisconsin.
I would
I'm
think
not
so.
I'm not a Wisconsin lawyer, so I can't say for sure.
Okay, so we've got Brooks' day 2 timeline. Brooks is in the main courtroom, refuses to state his name, asks for Darrell's name, Brooks asks Darrell if she has a claim against him. Darrell warns Brooks about interruptions. 10 jurors are released. Brooks moved to adjourn. Darrell denied it. Darrell lost count after 6 interruptions in the first 12 minutes. Recess to bring up prospective jurors. Court resumes. Brooks asked for Darrell's name. Darrell says Brooks hasn't let her get out one sentence. He's ordered to an adjacent courtroom. He's in the adjacent courtroom. Prospective jurors enter for voir dire. Brooks rips up jury chart he's given, throws it in the trash. Voir dire begins. Brooks stands with a book in his hand. Prospective jurors released for lunch at 11:22 a.m. Brooks asked if he wants to return to main courtroom, doesn't want to. 6 jurors are stricken. Brooks calls Tuesday's group of potential jurors more alarming than Monday's, moves to strike them all. Darrell denied it. Court goes to lunch. Brooks is back in the main courtroom. Darrell again admonishes Brooks regarding his repeated interruptions. Potential jurors brought in. Brooks talks over the proceedings. Another recess. Brooks moved to adjacent courtroom. Potential jurors re-enter. Voir dire continues. Prospective jurors dismissed so the court could address legal issues. Court grants state's request that list of potential witnesses be read to potential jurors. Brooks claims to have trouble hearing in the adjacent courtroom. Darrell says it's the first time she's learning of hearing problems. Gives Brooks a headset. Brooks says he won't call his mother, Dawn Woods. Brooks says he doesn't know anything about the accident reconstructionist his former attorneys plan to call. Brooks says he doesn't want to go back to the main courtroom. Recess. Brooks is brought back in the main courtroom.
Gee, I missed a lot.
Brooks is present in the main courtroom. Judge lays out how the rest of voir dire will take place. Brooks says he doesn't understand the charges against him. Brooks moved again to the adjacent courtroom. Brooks's microphone turned off due to interruptions. Prospective jurors re-enter for continued voir dire. Potential juror dismissed for cause. Brooks requests any juror with a sequestration concern be stricken, which is denied by the judge. Brooks declines to come back to the main courtroom again. All remaining jurors enter. Judge reads witnesses submitted to the court to the prospective jurors. 1 juror is stricken for cause. Brooks again moves to strike the entire jury panel, denied by the judge. First 36 potential jurors remaining enter. Brooks is not cooperative with preemptory strike process. Of the 10 preemptory strikes for each side, Brooks made 2. Otherwise, he crossed out the numbers of every potential juror on the page, and the clerk had to use a tumbler to make a random selection on his behalf for the other 8 strikes.
Okay, so that's a little odd. So what you're saying is he wanted everybody stricken,
Yeah,
from the entire panel, and he had, let's say, 8 strikes, and so they said, well, we've got 20 jurors and 8. He wants to strike the whole panel, so we're just going to apply them by lot. I've never heard of that being done, but
me either.
it sounds like a good solution to me. I mean, if you've got somebody who's not, he is not going to get anywhere with this lack of cooperation. That's the point. He is creating his own problem. He can't complain that the process is wrong when he isn't participating meaningfully in the process. It's like, do you think that people are stupid? We're not stupid. He's the dumb one. It's like these judges are going to look at that. They're going to go, he is not meaningfully participating in the process, and
Right.
they're trying to accommodate him the best they can. I don't see any issue with this at all. I mean, I know.
Well, no, while it's not an issue he would win on,
Right.
is it an issue to merit an appeal? Because it's kind of weird. Like,
It is kind of weird. See, what goes into a merit brief? All right, this is the thing. I might Anders this case. I might Anders the case. Haven't looked at the whole thing, but looking at the trial, I might just say I'm do a factual summary and give it to him because he wants to represent himself anyways, and there's nothing strong. Now, if I'm right and they did not re-offer the public defender for the sentencing phase, that would be a merit point. I would merit that. I've been really thinking about this a lot since we've covered this trial about would I merit the whole taking him out of the courtroom thing as on his behalf, if that was the only point that I had, or would I Anders that? I would probably Anders that. Now, maybe other appellate attorneys would merit that, but I just think it's his actions have voided that. It's kind of like you look for good facts. Oh, I can bring my book up again. For example, in my book, there's a chapter on the excessive fines clause. And we have a $50 liquidated damages provision for cost of incarceration, right, in Florida. I've got a guy who got sentenced to 22 years in prison for being a half hour late on his curfew. And basically, he got $400,000 cost of incarceration charged against him. And that comes out to when he gets out of prison, his entire lifetime potential earnings will be taken up by this fine. So to me, this is one that I'm going to take to the U.S. Supreme Court. If I get that far, I'm going to take it as far as I can, because these are good facts for the defense, because it is clearly excessive. If it is a fine, which I'm convinced that it is, and if it is excessive, and would you say that every penny you will ever earn in your entire life is charged as a fine? It seems to me that's excessive.
Yeah, that's not restitution. That's a fine to the state. That's way different.
Right. So to me, this is an excessive fine. Now, I'm not going to pick the case where the guy does a day in jail and gets a $50 fine. That's picking bad facts for my cause. So you can read about that in the book. but that's a case I've got on my desk right now. I'm working on it. And I'm going to pick, that's one that I'm going to merit. So is this the vehicle? Is Brooks the vehicle that you would take and challenge some of these esoteric issues on? No, because then you're going to lose.
He's a terrible client.
So you look for the things that are clean and, like he's entitled to a new sentencing, or he's entitled to ask for the public defender with a new sentencing, and and that kind of thing. If there was a suppression issue, I did pre-trial, some kind of witness. But see, what I saw the prosecutor's office doing, I think they kept it so clean throughout. They were going to get their guy. I mean, they don't need to do anything. They've got him dead to rights. So, why they were playing it right. So I don't know. I would probably Anders that point, meaning that I would just move to withdraw. I do a factual summary, move to withdraw, because there's no meritorious issue on the removal from the courtroom point. Other appellate attorneys may disagree, but it's a setup to make bad law.
Yeah. No, I get it, because, and especially considering the issues that they would be appealing on would end up with potential detrimental effects of their not Darrell Brooks clients,
right? Of
clients who it could really be a negative, a severe negative impact on, who could really prejudice. So no, I get it. I get what you're saying with that. Timothy 208 says Stephen should represent Jeremy DeWitt. I heard he was just arrested for a probation violation again.
Who's Jeremy DeWitt? I only do I only look at like the cases that are in front of me, you know, when they get assigned to me. And like when I'm like, this is very unusual for me to cover trials like you guys do it for you in Legal Vices. Because I don't want to watch. This is like work.
Yeah.
Let's talk music. You know, the music is more fun.
Real quick, here's Jeremy DeWitt. Florida man accused of impersonating law enforcement officers multiple times, arrested again.
What city is he in? Kissimmee. Oh, that's my area. So he might come my way.
Jeremy DeWitt, 42, was arrested on Tuesday, just months after he was released from prison. Osceola County Sheriff Marcos Lopez says DeWitt's arrest came hours after he barricaded himself inside his Kissimmee home. He was served a warrant out of Orange County claiming that he violated his probation. DeWitt is what?
You said kiss me. It's Kissimmee. This is my jurisdiction. This is
not Minnesota. It's Kissimmee.
Kissimmee.
Kissimmee. That's a K-I-S. If it was Kissimmee, it'd be one S.
Well,
look, it's not my fault that Florida doesn't know how to pronounce words phonetically. So we're going with this. So let's see. He's a convicted sex offender who was released from prison in September after having been arrested for impersonating an officer in Orange County. I'm not going back to prison, not today, not for a technical violation, DeWitt said as he was being escorted by Osceola County Sheriff's deputies. Well, the interesting thing about probation is you may be going back to prison for a technical violation. That might actually happen. According to court records, DeWitt failed to take down his YouTube channel. Someone hacked the account, changed the username, changed the passwords, DeWitt told us. We multiple times tried to take down a YouTube channel that was hacked. Sheriff Lopez said he doesn't believe him. You can definitely deactivate your account, so he's full of it. Kind of. If you don't have access to your studio, you can't. I don't believe him, but just saying, if that were true, if he was actually hacked, then he wouldn't be able to. Back in 2019, Windermere police discovered several videos of DeWitt and his helmet cam pulling cars over illegally throughout Central Florida while he was a funeral escort. He'd go around directing traffic, stopping people, stopping cars. Said Sheriff Lopez, the guy's definitely out of control. Okay, look, guy sounds like a piece of garbage, sex offender or whatever. But listen, hear me out for a second. Hear me out for a second. He'd go around directing traffic, stopping people and stopping cars. This guy's definitely out of control. Like, let's just put in perspective that there are people in Florida who eat other people's faces. And we're like, whoa, this guy's at a crosswalk going, no, not you. You come this way. And they're like, this menace has to be stopped. It's just like, it's the way law enforcement talks about stuff. It's like, I want you to stop the guy who's murdering children. Like, this guy probably is a child eater too. Like, I'm not defending him, but it's just funny. Like, that sentence in isolation is just, I mean, he's out here directing traffic. What are we going to do about that? I don't know. Who cares?
He's the rogue. It's like, you ever see the movie Brazil?
No.
Oh God, you haven't seen Brazil? That's like Terry Gilliam's best movie. And it's like he's the renegade air conditioning repairman. He did it for the excitement of the job. And he goes in, it's like, I don't want the paperwork. I just like to get in and get out. God,
let's see. Stolen screen name says, Nick, watch some footage. The dude's such a hard wannabe cop. It isn't even funny. SUVs, motorcycles, chargers, policed up with lights and sirens. No, I'm not denying that the guy's a piece of garbage. What he did is clearly illegal, but it's just in isolation, that sentence is funny. Like, just, it's because there's so much weird shit that this guy is doing, but think of just the sentence. When you think of crime and someone being like out of control crime, do you think the preceding phrase is he'd go around directing traffic, stopping people and stopping cars? Like, to me, out of control is the guy like running to playgrounds and knifing children at random, or the guy robbing like every bank and liquor store on the way to the border. Like, these people are out of control. The guy who shoots guns into a crowd and then runs to the next crowd. Those people are out of control. The guy stopping traffic is an asshole. Like, he doesn't seem out of control. Like it's just kind of funny to me the way that's worded.
It is funny, but I can't comment on it because it might come my way.
Mm-hmm.
That's
right. That's right.
Kissimmee and Orange County are both in my. Although we're losing Orange County, I know that maybe I don't have to think about that, but better to err on the side of caution.
Well, yes, of course.
We're losing Orlando and gaining Jacksonville. So
is that a good trade or a bad trade?
I don't know. We haven't figured that out yet. I want to get rid of Citrus County, man. That's my nemesis.
Okay, let's wrap up this Brooks segment.
Okay, we had fun.
Final thoughts on Darrell Brooks. I mean, the guy's going to lose his appeal if it even gets filed on any sort of merit. Likely, I think your assessment's right. He's asking for a public defender now because his whole thing is wasting time and money. He has nothing else to do. He's going to ask for a public defender. The public defender is going to start to do the work. The work product is going to come out. Darrell Brooks is going to hate it and fire the public defender, then demand extra time to proceed on his own on the appeal. He'll get it because he's not going anywhere. And his issue, like him asking for extra time, doesn't prejudice anybody of any relevance in this case. He'll just be in prison. They probably give him all the time he wants. And he'll eventually write a brief and it'll get shut down until the next time maybe the Innocence Project will take him up. I don't know.
No, they're not taking him. No,
No, because they've talked to the SUV and they found out that the SUV did it on its own.
Innocence Project does great work. I don't bust on my Innocence Project. I got a book around here.
I'm just joking.
Okay, well, it's like I'm a little sensitive, man. I like the Innocence Project. Well, no, you're exactly right. I think if we're gonna take wagers, if we're gonna like make it interesting, because how do we make this Darrell Brooks appeal interesting? I think the over-under is whether the court, whatever gets filed, they actually write on behalf of the state and say, give the judge more leeway explicitly, so that when this comes up again, if somebody else tries this, the judge can say, oh, under the Brooks v. State case, you can bind, gag, and kick out and put in the other courtroom. So I think there's a better than 50-50 chance of that happening in this case. So that's where the interesting stuff is like, will the court do that? And I would go, I'm going to go 60-40. So I'd put money on that.
Very, very interesting.
See there, if you're a gambling man.
I'm not a gambler.
Neither am I. But I don't understand.
I've thrown like, a couple $100 total in my life into slot machines. And I'm like, I played a little blackjack.
It still bothers me the quarter that I lost in Vegas when we had change and we were driving. I was like, well, we got to do one of these slot machines. We're in Vegas. And I put the quarter in and I lost it. And I'm like, that sucks.
What a scam.
What a scam.
They took your 25 cents.
That's right. I like quarters.
James Patra says Star Wars is not science fiction. It's fantasy. Science fiction is stories from our far future. Star Wars takes place in another universe, so it's a fantasy.
It's way too much thinking into the.
Star Wars. Look, Star Wars is a sci-fi. It's a space opera. It's a western.
The music is phenomenal. Now
the score is great.
John Williams at his best.
But look, tons of stuff is multi-genre. Star Wars is clearly multi-genre in several ways. It's fine. Different parts of Star Wars are different genres. Episode 2, right? The Clone Wars, we get into like a film noir sort of situation with Anakin.
Did you actually watch that stuff?
Yeah, well, I saw the prequels and I hated them.
Okay.
I like episode 2 better than episode 1 and episode 3.
I remember I went and saw we were so excited to see the Phantom Menace. I was in law school with my friend Derek and Chris.
The Phantom Menace is so bad.
And we were so hyped to see this movie. And we went the day of, and everybody had their little rods and stuff, and they're dressed up. And it was like, oh, it's so exciting. And so we went and saw this movie, and it was shocking. It was shocking how bad it was. And I remember I was stunned. I couldn't believe it. And I walked out. I was like,
what do you got a problem with the movie we're doing?
And so we walked out, and my friend Derek, I'll never.
How could you walk out of the? No, Steven.
Oh,
it's a good movie. And
oh, I remember my friend Derek. I couldn't even speak. It was so bad, and he looks at me and he goes, "That was not good."
You know who Kanye's least favorite character in all of Star Wars is, right?
No.
Watto.
Oh, is that the he's not a Jew?
He's not a Jew with his giant
Yes.
thing, and he owns like a parts dealership and cheats on dice. He goes, yeah. Like, that was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
That is so sick, man. I tell you, I don't know. I don't know. Like the Bothan planet, the whole planet, it's all spies. You know, oh, the kids like that line, so we'll just make the whole planet. Everybody's spying on each other. What is this, China? Come on. It's
I think Watto was the best part of episode 1.
There was no good part. You've deluded
I
yourself.
didn't say it was good. I said it was the best.
Okay,
like,
the best. Like
look, if you have a buffet of different turds to eat, there's one that's better than the others if all of them are still bad.
Well, I've never tasted any turds. So
me either, but I'm just like, one has to be necessarily better than the rest.
Well, do you want to experiment and report back on that?
No, I'll find a Florida man to do it.
And believe me, there's just the man to do it out here. We'll find him too.
Oh no! Oh no! The locals.
This late night shit, man.
The locals here. The locals chat has us covered.
Oh no!
I don't work on Fridays.
It's terrible. It was so obviously like. It was such an obvious caricature of Jewish. I'm like, how did this get in the movie? Like, this is so bad.
Well, when you're George Lucas, anything you say, it's like, oh, George Lucas is so brilliant. He's the greatest thing ever. Oh, you ever see the mashup by Adult Swim of Adult Swim does the Star Wars stuff? That is hilarious. You got to watch it. Oh,
no, see, because I don't really like care about Star Wars generally, so even like the spoof stuff is like, yeah,
you're George Lucas. They're gonna chase it after him.
Wait, are you so you asked if I was a Trek guy? Are you a Trek guy?
No, I'm just shooting in the dark, you know. I'm not obsessed by any of these movies. I mean, they can all.
Well, I'm not obsessed by any of them. I just was wondering if you like Star Trek.
Well, I like Star Trek, like you like Star Wars. I like Star Wars. I like Star Trek, good ones and some other ones, you know.
What's your thing though? Like movie wise, like you go, you know what though? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, I have a very odd taste in movies. I like visuals. Very little dialogue, lots of great music, like Tangerine Dream and Risky Business, Conan the Barbarian, Basil Palermus. I love that. I love Excalibur. You ever seen Excalibur?
It's been a long time, but yeah, I watched it as a kid.
The Thing. These are some of my favorite movies. You know, I like kind of big drama. The best movies, I'll tell you, that were a great movie recently was Dune. That Dune movie
I didn't see it.
Excellent.
I didn't see it because I haven't read Dune.
Okay.
Like I started to read Dune on an airplane and I fell unconscious. And but okay, here's my problem with Dune, which is not Dune's problem. It's literally my problem. Is that I am so immersed in the Warhammer 40K universe and I know the language of the universe so well that it was tedious trying to learn a different one. Right, like
I can see that it's very complex.
Yeah, you got like these different factions and different histories, and all this stuff is going on. And the whole time I'm like, and for the record, Warhammer
the Brooks. Oh my god,
Warhammer borrows from every existing sci-fi property liberally. It's a feature. It's not a bug because it's set so far in the future that like all of those things. All of the sci-fis that have been set in the future, like theoretically have kind of occurred. And so they fit in the 40K universe somewhere. So like they'll borrow a bunch of stuff that looks like Dune, even though it's not expressly called that. And so then like seeing stuff that I'm kind of familiar with, but it's bastardized and taken out of its context but then put in different language is really like my brain was not ready for it. I tried. I gave it the college try, and then I was like, I'm tired. I'm on a plane because with
Well,
my
I think the first Dune book is a hard read. I
Yeah.
think that the next three are excellent. Dune Emperor, God Emperor of Dune, and those are great books. But the one that you need to read is Roger Zelazny's Nine Princes in Amber. Have you ever heard of that?
Nope.
Oh, that
Wait,
is
have you read The Sparrow?
No.
What kind of Catholic are you?
The Sparrow? It sounds like, I don't know, it sounds a little
Okay,
gay.
no. So listen, hear me out. Half the chat will hate The Sparrow. I'm not, this is not a book I generally recommend, but I think you will really like it.
All right. I'm writing it down.
It's by a Catholic woman named Maria Doria Russell. It's called The Sparrow. And the basic premise of the book is that a musical broadcast from the star Virgo gets picked up by, a deep space observatory. They hear orchestral music being broadcast. It reaches Earth. And then it's like, who's going to go first? Well, who's going to go first, Steve? The freaking Jesuits.
Oh, of course.
The Jesuits organize like this ship to send a team to go minister to the aliens and spread the good word of Christ to them. And it goes catastrophically wrong. And the book actually starts with the one survivor who's the Jesuit priest on the mission. And he's kind of like a rebellious Jesuit, but he's like, he is brought back. He is broken. His spirit is destroyed. His hands are shattered. They're mangled messes that don't work. And he's a shell of himself. And he's being, the book starts, he's being interrogated by the Vatican. What happened? And it's like drama, like possible, probable sci-fi stuff. Like, how do you get a ship there? What do you do? What's it look like? How do they actually make this thing fly? They basically hollow out an asteroid and make a ship in there because they need something. When you're flying like fast through space, shit hits the ship.
Right.
And so they need something that will basically absorb those impacts. So they kind of build into an asteroid and do those. And that, like, they create this whole thing, and then they get there, and it's this culture of like these cat people, and there's complete miscommunication. Everything goes wrong. It's
now
great.
I think we've discovered why you like it, because there's cat people.
I don't care about the cat people.
Don't you have like cat people in your D&D background?
That was not me.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so let me defend myself here.
Okay, because I thought you were like a cat.
No.
No.
My friend Tess wanted to do a D&D campaign. I was really busy. She knew. She wanted to broadcast it, and she wanted me to play. And I said, I don't have time. Like, she's like, you want to make a character? I'm like, I don't have time to do that. She goes, I'll make you a character. I was like, oh, okay. So she made me a cat girl sorceress.
See.
But I didn't make it. It wasn't my choice.
See, this is, I don't think you're not embracing the catness within you.
No, I don't play tabaxi, Steve.
Tabaxi.
That's what they're called.
I don't know what this stuff is.
I just fireballed
Where
everything.
are we?
I just
know,
killed
where are
everything I encountered. That was because I was like, okay, fine. You want to make me? And she's like, oh, and you're a pyromaniac. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I'm a cat with magic that's a pyromaniac. All right, we'll see how this goes. And then every time she'd come up with some encounter, I'd like get spooked and fireball the shit out of everything. And she's like, why'd you just kill that thing? And I'm like, you made me a cat with magic. What do you think a cat with magic would do but just kill everything that surprised it at all times?
I think there's some logic there. I can't argue with it. But see, that's the mistake of the dungeon master for creating such a chaos character.
Look, when I've made 2 characters since then. Okay, my first character after that was an Aasimar, which is like an angel warlock, by the name of Syl Blinton. Who is pledged to the Archlich Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Oh, right. You told me about this.
Yeah, and my entire job was preaching slavery to the paladin. Like, that was the whole point of that character.
Gonna convert the paladin.
Yeah, he was lawful good, and I had to convince him that keeping kobolds as slaves through our social programs and welfare was a good thing.
Right. They're inferior beings. They should find their place in life, and what better way than slavery?
Yeah, so that's exactly what we did. We had a kobold slave harem
Did you
just
actually
following
did you
us around all
actually
the time.
corrupt the paladins to the point?
Oh
that-
yeah, because my persuasion rolls were so high, he never had a chance. And then the next character, the one I'm currently playing, is a like, I don't know why you would draw any conclusions. He's a fairy warlock that summons tentacles and wears leather. Come on, Steve, what's wrong with this?
I don't know. It sounds very Japanese anime to me.
Yep. If you're gonna have me in your campaign, I'm gonna make you pay for it.
Yes, that's right. I don't want you in my campaign. Remind me not to play D&D with you. I haven't played D&D since high school though, man.
It's so different now. It's so different. Here's the thing. I actually like the older editions. I like second edition because that's kind of what I learned to play. Second edition.
I showed you. Did I show? Did I show you? I showed you
did.
my deities and demigods. Look at how beat that thing is up. That's the original
awesome.
with the Moorcock Elric series in there and the Cthulhu mythos.
Right. Before they had to take all that stuff out
for copyright infringement. It's like,
but like
put it out.
I liked second edition. I would love to play a second edition campaign, except I don't have time. So since I'm always, if I play a D&D campaign, it's on a stream somewhere. And the fifth edition is not good,
Fifth edition,
but it's,
I don't know, man.
But it's really good for streaming because it's really simple. Like, it is really just simple. And you don't have to sit there and math everything out. Everything is not like 900 dice being rolled. It's really quick, and it happens that way. So a lot of people do fifth edition for streaming it because the streaming's more about the personalities and the story that you're telling.
Yeah, I don't get that. Like my son, he watches people play video games and like narrate it and stuff, which is a big thing in the young kids. These young kids nowadays, but they like to watch people play in the game. And I don't know. I don't get it, but what do I know?
Peanut Gallery says fifth is the single worst D&D edition. Sir, I'll see your fifth and raise you fourth, which was garbage. Fourth was really bad. Really bad.
See, I think like World of Warcraft, the video game, they pretty much nailed Dungeons and Dragons, but then they went off the loop and started you had to grind so much, that I was the top gnome. I was the top wizard, alliance wizard on my server when I quit. Cold turkey.
May you never call another man a nerd.
That's true. No, I know. Look, I definitely cultivate the inner nerd, you see.
See, I didn't play World of Warcraft because I played EverQuest, got addicted to that, and had to sell my character and never play MMOs again. And World of Warcraft came out right after. I couldn't delve into it. I would have failed college.
Yeah, well, it was ridiculous. I mean, to maintain that character, and I forget what it was like. It was the Panda Bear upgrade that killed me because
one, yeah.
I mean, it's Mista Pandaria or something, and all of a sudden I was the top mage in the whole server, Alliance mage, as a little gnome, bald gnome, and it's like, oh, so a gnome killed you? Oh yeah, big boy, you killed a gnome.
Steven Lewandowski?
I don't know what it was, but then they all of a sudden everything got outdated, and it was going to be like months of work to get my characters back up to some level where they'd be good again. I was like, who wants this? This is work.
Yeah. I just couldn't keep up with any of that stuff. Because I was playing like 16-hour days and stuff like that. And you kind of have
now you stream it. Now you stream it, right?
Yeah. Well, but I wish I was cool enough to stream MMOs instead of like doing a talk show. Like, because those people, like, oh, your job is to play video games that you're addicted to? Oh my God. Like, why couldn't I have stumbled into that one instead? That would have been way better than this gig, but I can't do it. I can't do I'll stream video games or whatever, but I'm really bad at it. It's mostly just I'm playing video games and people watch and make fun of how bad I am. But like, man,
Okay,
if
did I
back
tell
in
you? I got a story. This is completely off topic.
the okay, there
random.
is no topic.
There is. What a topic are we on? I went over to. I spent some time with Andrew, and Andrew's daughter is freaking intimidating. She was playing chess. She's like, "Hey,
Yeah.
do you want to play chess?" And she's got her little sippy cup like this, right? Second grade. Want to play chess? I was like, okay, I'm thinking like, now do I,
I'm gonna beat up a child.
yeah,
here.
how
This will be bad.
bad? I got to be like gentle and everything. All of a sudden, she starts playing. It's like click, 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 and I'm like, holy smokes, this girl can play. And she's sitting there, sipping her sippy cup, and he's got that daughter of his is gonna kill one day. I mean, she's like, she took my queen. She took my queen at one point, and I didn't even see it coming. And she's in second grade, and I'm pretty good at chess. Oh my God.
My favorite thing is at Anime Matsuri. It was quiet. It was before the doors opened. I'm there. I'm with Attorney Tom. It's the first day. And Attorney Tom brought a chessboard and chess pieces for his table. And he sat down. He's like, "Hey, you want to play chess?" I'm like, "Dude, I'm not any good at chess. I don't ever play chess." It's like, "No, let's just play a friendly game of chess." And I played this poor man to a draw, which was a complete victory because I haven't played chess in a decade at least. And I hate it. And every time I moved, he was like, "Why would you do that?" I'm like, "Because I don't know what I'm doing, Tom."
That's right. He's researched all the book. That's an unusual move. Well,
I'm so bad at chess. And he had to, because like, I had a rook and a king, and he just had his king. So like, eventually, I probably could have closed the deal, but it was like it was going and going, going. So it's like, okay, let's just wrap this up. I'll let you good with a draw, and he's like, "Yeah, let's do a draw." And I was like,
yeah, click. That's funny. Well, chess is quite the game, but I don't know. I mean, have you ever played a game called Terraforming Mars?
No, but I've seen it.
That game is awesome, but it takes like forever to play. It's like 6 hours.
I have one called Cthulhu Death May Die.
Oh my God, that sounds like something you'd have.
Dude, it is. So you pick like these characters, and I always pick Ernest Hemingway as my character because he drinks and he has guns and he has a hammer. And so like when it has this weird thing where like you gain power, like you gain levels essentially as you go, but it's Cthulhu. Your levels are your levels of madness. And so the more madness that you get, the more power you unlock, but you'll also pick up some detriments. If you gain too many, and you can gain them accidentally, you die. You go too crazy and you just die. So you have to like try and balance the amount of power that you gain through the thing, but to be good enough. And he becomes like an absolute murder factory. Like other characters are good at other stuff, but Hemingway is a murder factory. So I always play him. And people are like, "Why do you pick Hemingway?" I'm like, wait. And then late game, they'll have like a bunch of cultists in their room about to kill them. And I'll be, here comes Ernest Hemingway swinging a sledgehammer, and I'll just kill everything in the room. And they're like, "Oh, that's why you picked Hemingway." I'm like, I don't care about anything else. Like, I don't care about the objectives. I'm here to murder cultists. And God, it's I actually, that game is really, really fun. The thing that makes me mad about it though, so this guy, he writes this game entirely in the Cthulhu mythos, complete like homage to H.P. Lovecraft, and it's really well done. Like the atmosphere is right, the lore is good, the creatures are all like very identifiable and they're believable. And then this guy makes a public apology for like H.P. Lovecraft's racism and stuff. It's like, dude, you take the man's entire life's work, you process it into millions of dollars for yourself, and then you shit all over him. Like, he was a guy who lived in 1920. He was a racist by product of his existence. Like, come on, just get over that.
I don't even know what racist is anymore. Everything's racist. It's like, give me a break.
I know I am. I
it's like,
hate white
I
people.
I hate everybody, right? Actually, I love everybody. My friend Chris, he says he hates everybody until proven otherwise. And see, I'm the other way. I love everybody till proven otherwise, but somehow we always end up with the same friends. So I don't know what that means. But yeah, well, I don't know. Darkest Dungeon, somebody mentioned Darkest Dungeon.
That's a
I
video game. Yeah.
I hated that game.
I tried to play it on stream, and for whatever reason, when I was streaming it, it got ultra laggy. I don't know if it was like a glitch with my video card or whatever. And then I didn't ever go back to play it again. But I mean, it was like unplayable.
It's stressful. And the thing is like, because they get stressed and your characters die of stress. I beat every boss. I went all the way through it, got to the final boss, and quit. I was like, I didn't kill the final boss because I'm like, this game is making me miss. It's like I was telling my son was playing, he used to play back here, and he's like, Dad, what are you doing? I was like, this game is more stressful than my work. I was like, why am I playing this game? Oh my God, this addiction. I think video games, they're fun, but what a waste of time.
Yeah, I go through, like, right now I'm in a very low video game motivation place, and I have been since before Johnny Depp. So I mean,
That's good though. It means you're probably productive in other areas, right?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Well, yeah. Well,
it just means instead of playing a video game, I'll like eat an edible gummy and sit in my hot tub. Like, it's not like I'm doing something great.
No, but the Rackets fan clubs, the Racket chatters and stuff. You're on here service.
Well, but I would be on stream playing a video game too.
Okay,
because I play that stuff only like. So what I used to do when I first started was I would get done streaming and I'd be wound up, like big energy. And so then it was like, well, I'm going to either watch a movie or play a video game to kind of calm down. And then I was like, well, I might as well just stream this and then people could hang out. And then the original idea was I would do these streams for 500 to 1,000 people on YouTube. But then when I go to Twitch to stream a video game, it'd be like 80 people. And so I could just answer chats. And it was like, well, if you can't super chat on YouTube, but you really have a question about something legal related, you could come to Twitch and just ask without paying anything, and I'll be able to catch it. But that kind of fell by the wayside because my Twitch kept growing too. And so now when I stream on Twitch, there's, a couple hundred people to sometimes up to 1,000 people watching. And it's like, well, that kind of defeated that thing. But that's why I started doing it. But now I mostly use Twitch for movies these days, but I did just get a new video game that I wanted to play. But it's seriously been about 7 months since I've seriously played a video game.
Well, now your channel, how did you start this? I mean, you didn't just start doing trials, right? I mean,
no, that came way later.
Well, what started you out?
How I started was was an accident, kind of. I was a fan of this podcast called The Biggest Problem in the Universe. And it went for 2 years and then just stopped. And the two co-hosts of these guys, Maddox, who was a internet satirist who had the webpage, the best page in the universe. Oh, wait. Oh my God. You know what I got to do though?
What?
We got to do this. Hold on. I've got to keep on top of some things here. So you've distracted me very much.
Oh, you're leaving me hanging with that story. So I started.
I'll tell it to you in just a second. Okay. But you've tainted the stream. The stream is now impure.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't mean.
Look, it's fine because we do have a way to purify everything. It's called the ENVIROKLENZ home air purification system. Here it is. This is a free professional air quality. Free professional air quality monitor. Ignore that. The ENVIROKLENZ home air purification system is a 2-stage air purifier. It uses a standard HEPA or HEPA filter, and then a proprietary filter that is a second stage that grabs everything. These guys claim. I don't make this claim because I don't know shit. Okay. And I'm not going to be indicted by an FDA violation, but they might. But that doesn't matter because it's not me saying it. It's them paying me to say it as their agent. And I will say, according to them, this thing can knock down the flu, It can knock down the common cold. It can even trap the coronavirus and keep it from your loved ones. If you believe that, I've got an air purifier to sell you, and that's the ENVIROKLENZ home air purification system. What I can say definitively about this product is I do have one, and I put it in the worst mix smell area in my house. Put it near the cat box.
That's smart.
Which is also where the adjacent room is where my kids eat snacks and stuff and leave them out because kids are monsters and they'll leave like milk out. So you'll get these like weird food smells and you walk by and you're like,
Wow.
right? Like, and then you yell at them to clean up the freaking countertop. So there's that plus the cat smell. I put this thing in there. You can't smell any of it anymore. So it's probably bad because all of that stuff doesn't get thrown away because I don't notice it anymore. But the smell is gone. It really does clean up a smell. My next test of it is going to be indoor smoking of a cigar. I'll smoke a cigar indoors and we'll see how well it handles that. Because in the winter in Minnesota, smoking a cigar is terrible because you're outside and your nipples freeze and fall off.
Oh gosh,
and you don't want to do that. But ENVIROKLENZ,
not in Florida.
No, up in Minnesota only. The ENVIROKLENZ home air purification system. Look, guys, I do not take advertisers that have a non-disparagement clause in them, in their contract, because I won't do that. I will not pretend to not say a bad thing about this. I'll tell you all the bad things about this right now. It's kind of boxy. It's a little bit large. You have to have the right space for the unit. You have to. If you don't have the right space for the unit,
how big is it? Is it cat box size or is it?
Well, here I'll show the picture of it again. Here it is.
Okay.
So it's about 2 to 2.5 feet tall, and it's about 18 inches to 2 feet wide, and about same thing. It's a cube.
But if you've got a cat box, I mean, that's the perfect. That's actually
right.
Pretty. That's actually not a bad selling point that you just made there, because boy, there's nothing my wife hates more than it's cat boxes. Yeah. She's like, we will not have a cat because we don't. Of course, my son's allergic, but she's like, she just can't
picks
stand
up allergens and dander as well. You just slap a couple of these around the house. But no, look, the bad thing, in my opinion, the design is very 1980s robot. It is.
That's cool though, isn't it?
Sure.
90s, yeah, it's like R2D2.
It's a cube. It's a little bit big, but and when you turn it up to maximum, it's loud. Now, it's not intended to run on maximum all the time. You do maximum for a quick cleanse of the air, and then you turn it down to the whisper thing, and it keeps the air kind of, and it's not very loud in the whisper mode. But those are the negative things about it. And I would never take an advertising contract that I can't say the negatives. The positives about it, it makes the air smell very good. It really does. I can't test the medical stuff. I can't test the allergen stuff, but I can say that the air really does smell nice. It smells like charcoal, kind of like that pure charcoal smell, like a charcoal purified water or whatever. And because that's probably what's in one of the filters or whatever, but the air does smell good. It does smell pure. It works. It's a little bit of an expensive unit, guys. So you can use promo code NOSE and you get some money off of it. If you have trouble areas in your house that have some odors, this thing will work. I'm not going to vouch for all the other stuff. They can make the claims. I'll read them, but I can't test it. I can test the odor things. That works. That's enough for me.
You do have one, and it definitely affects the stink of the cat litter.
100%. And like it was shocking how good it was. It took about a day. And then like, cause cat boxes, like sometimes you walk by, even in the next room, like you'll get a waft of it and you're like, ugh. It's actually a really good product in that regard. So if you want to check them out, it's ekpure.com. Promo code is NOSE. We'll knock some money off of it. And you get like the air quality monitor or whatever to come with it so that you can prove that it works, I guess. Or you could just use your nose and sniff. But that's that.
Does your nose have special powers, by the way?
Literally, yes.
Is it just large?
Steve, I can smell cocaine in a room.
Really?
Yep.
Huh. So there is an advantage to having a big nose.
There's an advantage to having my nose.
You're not so well.
I don't like cocaine, by the way. I'm not a fan. I don't do it, but I smelled it once, and then I realized the next time I encountered it, I was like, "There's cocaine in here."
Mm.
And the guy's like, "Wait, how'd you know?" I was like, "I don't know, man. I just smell cocaine. It's not good. I don't like this." But yeah,
Interesting that you would remember that smell. Well, smell is a very powerful mnemonic trigger. So once you that it's probably and it, evolutionary wise, it makes sense. That's why negative smells, because negative smells can kill you, right? So that's why they
sulfur
stimulated
particularly.
this.
That's why sulfur is such a strong smell, because
See, I've never mind sulfur smell.
Well, it's not like you don't have to mind it, but you notice it. You notice it at a really low ppm. And because like it doesn't take much sulfur in the air to make it hideously toxic for you. And so that's why you're able to, like, when you drive by like a geyser, like you get that sulfur smell so heavily, and it's like you really shouldn't when you think about it. It's open air. It's just emanating off of the geyser through some steam, and like that shouldn't be coming into your car in the way it does. But man, it pervades everything.
Yeah, see, I like the smell of things like that. I mean, it's funny. My son, he doesn't like the airport smell and diesel fumes. I don't mind diesel fumes either. I don't certain things.
I don't like diesel.
Really?
Yeah, I really don't like most strong smells, because I'm pretty sure my nose is a little bit more sensitive than normal. Like if I walk by a Bath and Body Works, I want to I want to end the store's existence. I hate it.
With all the soaps and lotions.
Dude, I hate it.
There's kind of that
It
mixture
brings me pain. So, but
well, that was an interesting interlude.
Yeah, well, it was a contractually obligated one. Okay, so real quick, what was I left you with a story.
Yeah, what was that? Now, man, it was great. Oh, how did you start your channel?
Okay,
and what were you doing?
So the biggest problem in the universe, 2 internet satirists, Maddox, who owns the best page in the universe. That's his webpage. And then a guy named Dick Masterson, who owns a webpage, Men Are Better Than Women. And Dick Masterson's claim to fame was he went, and this is really great if you can find the clips of it. He went on the Dr. Phil show and convinced them that he was a professional chauvinist.
A professional chauvinist?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That he went on the Dr. Phil show. So to get on the Dr. Phil house, you had to interview with 3 licensed therapists.
Wow.
Because Dr. Phil lost his license.
Right. Screened. So right.
You had to be screened by 3 therapists to make sure that you weren't like a liar. He got past it. He got past the screening, and he went on, and he was just, all he did was said the most insane things he could think of about women constantly, and just go further with every line. And it was so, like, it was pristinely funny, Steve, to see people's reaction to this. Like, my favorite line he says, he goes, "A penny saved is a woman fired." It's like, it's so funny. Like, I'm dying. Oh yeah, here's what he looked like too. He shaves his head. If you see Dick Masterson now, he has like this curly, like long mane of hair that goes back. But this is what he looked like on the Dr. Phil show. My God.
Oh my gosh.
He woke up that morning, chose asshole, and emulated it as hard as he could.
Dick, chauvinist.
Yes, have him as a chauvinist. And they put him in the Dr. Phil house with a feminist as a roommate, a female feminist as a roommate. And like, oh God, it was great. So here's what he looks like now. Just to get the, no, I don't want to save his picture. I'm not gay. Here we go. So this is him now. He has long hair, a tiny face, way too small for his head. But okay. So anyway, they do 2 years of this podcast, and then it just stops. And they each, no warning, nothing. and they each go do their own shows. And Maddox is doing his show, which ended up complete garbage. Dick does his show, which is a weird show, but it's a show called The Dick Show. And he called it a science and rage-based podcast where he just screamed at stuff. Maddox ends up suing him for somewhere between $20 and $400 million. The complaint was so poorly written, you actually can't tell how much he's asking for. I thought Maddox wrote the complaint pro se. Turns out he hired the worst attorney I've ever encountered, which is a guy named Kevin Landau out of Michigan and New York, licensed in both states. And so I'm sitting on my couch with my wife and we're watching TV. Well, she's watching some TV and I'm just sitting there on my phone on Twitter, and the lawsuit drops and everybody's like freaking out. They're like, oh my God, Dick's getting sued. Like, what the hell is this? And I start reading the document. I get like 6 to 10 pages in and I'm like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever read. So I said, I'm going to drink some whiskey and I'm going to explain what's happening in this lawsuit.
Yeah.
And so then I did. And it was supposed to be for the Dick Facebook group, the fan group. Cause like that, I was very active in it and people knew who I was in there just as an asshole. But they knew I was a lawyer too. So I was like, okay, well, I'll just post
What's
this
the
review.
difference?
Right. So I'm like, I'll just post this review and people will see it. But it was like 45 minutes long. And at the time, you couldn't just upload a 45-minute video to Facebook. They had a time limit on it. So I was like, I don't know what to do. I'll upload it to YouTube and just share the link in the group. So I upload this video to YouTube, share the link in the group, and a bunch of people watch it. Like it had like 10,000 views in the first like day. So, which sounded like a bunch of people to me at the time. And then people are like, you should do this forever. Like you should always drink whiskey and read legal documents.
Oh my gosh.
Which is kind of true.
That's kind of, well, you're still doing it, aren't you?
If the legal documents are funny, that's true. The problem is, as you know, most legal documents are not funny. They're not incompetent. The tragedy of the legal system is that most lawyers are generally competent and they write generally competent documents.
That's tragedy for you, for entertainment, right. For entertainment, Nick.
Yes, because it makes it hyper boring.
Yeah, well, that's true.
And it's really hard to find the gems, right? Like it's really hard to find something that will be consistently funny for weeks. But that's what I used to do, was just read these lawsuits, go and I followed that case from start to finish. And it was great. It was a lot of fun, high drama, two like very bombastic personalities. Maddox being an absolute moron throughout the entire case was great. At one point, he files a 60-page document of jokes that offended him, asking the judge to enjoin the entire internet from saying his name, Steve. All of it. He asked a New York judge to enjoin everyone on the internet from saying the name Maddox. And he provided as evidence 60 pages of the jokes that most offended him. Talk about a self-own, because now everybody knows exactly how to get under your skin. Oh God, it was so funny. It's like, that was one of my favorite documents to read of any lawsuit ever. I'm like, oh, here we go, guys. Here's every joke that has bothered Maddox for the past 6 months. That's
pretty funny.
But most people don't do that.
These are so entertaining. See, this is where, I don't have this kind of entertainment ability. I mean, my stuff's always like, I'm thinking about these academic points. And I'm like,
you can't find them in this case, though. That was the thing. It was so bad. Like, so he sues for defamation. He sues for the invasion of the right of publicity. Because Dick had made.
People don't realize that you can put any number at the bottom of your lawsuit that you want. The only thing that matters is it's over like the jurisdictional amount for the court.
Right.
So
but this is actually a big mistake.
$20 trillion, right?
No, this is a big mistake that he made.
What's that?
Because, so first of all, they're both in LA, right? But they both have books published by Simon & Schuster, who's based out of New York. Maddox decides to sue Dick in New York, City, and it gets bumped to the New York City commercial division because it's in excess of $500,000 and it's related to business, which fast-tracked this thing to the dumpster because that Judge Ramos, he had no chill for this frivolous thing. He's like, nope, garbage.
Yeah.
But think about it. Like his strategy, Maddox is in Los Angeles. Dick is in Los Angeles. The podcasts are in Los Angeles. All statements made about each other are in Los Angeles. So what does he do? He hires a Michigan/New York based attorney to file a lawsuit in New York on the frivolous assertion that Dick had a book published in New York 10 years prior, and that gives New York jurisdiction over this matter. It was insanity. It was like one of the most ridiculous venue arguments you could have. It's like, why is this here? Like, why?
Because he's just shooting in the dark. I mean, who knows?
He was forum shopping because New York had a weak anti-slap law, whereas California had a strong one.
There you go. See, there's always some reason, some devious lawyer reason for doing what you're going to do.
But I'll actually counterpoint that. That wasn't the devious lawyer reason. The real reason that it happened, that would be a good reason. Like, oh, it's a clever way to forum shop is very, no. Someone recommended him this New York/Michigan based attorney who didn't want to file in LA. Not because of any reason.
Right.
He wasn't licensed there.
You
he didn't want to get
lawyer first. Right.
Yeah.
Hey,
he got recommended that lawyer. And a bunch of people like, don't use this guy. Kevin Landau's a special animal, Steve.
I don't know this guy. So
there's an 82 page.
Well, I do have, there's an entertaining attorney who shall remain unnamed because she still practices in this jurisdiction. I was reading through an appellate brief once, and she's, and I thought for sure I had a merit point because this judge was so out of line. He was scolding the defense attorney before the trial even started. He says, now, Miss, who shall remain nameless, you will not eat chicken at the fence table. You will wear shoes at all times. You can't lay down on the table. She's like, I'm not going to do that, Judge. It's evident. And I'm like, looking at this, I'm like, what is this judge doing? Evidently, the trial before, she had come into court with a bucket of chicken and ate a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken in one of those big buckets at defense table in front of a jury.
That's a hero right there.
and then took her shoes off and laid down because she says, I got a back problem, laid down in the well between the prosecutor table and the defense table.
I love her. She's amazing.
And so I was like, what? Really? This happened? I'm like, yeah, it did happen. So like she was playing, there was some kind of game. Who knows what kind of brain came up with that strategy. But,
what was the ethnic makeup of that jury?
Well, of the jury?
Yeah.
I don't know about the jury, but I know about the attorney.
I do too.
Yeah.
But now I want to know about the jury.
I don't know.
But here's Kevin Landau. There's an 82-page opinion out of New York for a different case that he had, which was Almasiga versus someone. It's just called, if you look up Almasiga, New York, you'll find it. Kevin Landau, and this is what he ends up doing very often. He versus Univision. It's Almasiga versus Univision. He represented a woman who was suing Univision. She was the wife of a cartel hitman. Okay?
Say that again. I missed something.
She's the wife of a cartel hitman.
The client.
The client.
Okay.
Univision did a documentary about cartels, and they brought her onto the documentary. She agreed to do an interview on the documentary. Now, in her contract, there was no provision about anonymity. So she's on camera, full lights, and her name is out there, and she's talking about cartel murders, right? Not a good place to be.
No.
So she sues Univision through Kevin Landau. And here's what he always does. I'll represent you on a contingency, 30, 40%, whatever it is. He'll take the contingency case. He works for 6 to 8 months on the case. He brings the client to the point of sanctions and then withdraws. And then sues the client for the money in quantum merit for his work.
But I thought it was a contingency contract.
Yeah, but you can sue in equity for work done on a contingency if the, like, there's a theory where basically if the parting is mutual.
I'm so happy I don't do civil and
Right.
I don't do
don't
do that stuff, man. It's so dirty.
He does this. He sues this woman for like $90,000 of work that he's done. What he had done, though, in the case was he had hired a handwriting expert to prove that she didn't sign the contract, right? The Univision contract. So his theory of the case that Univision forged this woman's signature.
Mm-hmm.
So he hires a handwriting expert. She provides the samples. Handwriting expert goes, "This is the same people." Like, obviously. So he fires that handwriting expert and he hires another handwriting expert. And then he has her redo the samples to match against the document. And he has her write them with like her left hand or whatever. Like, so it's complete garbage and they look completely different. And then he brings that to the court. But in discovery, they found the first handwriting expert's report. Yeah. And both of the handwriting experts provided their methodology on how like this stuff worked, like how the process was. And the first one was actually methodologically correct, even though, as I'm sure, I would assume you would also note that there is no such thing as like a handwriting expert witness. It's not recognized as a repeatable expertise by the court, but it can be like, they can be used as a persuasive measure, but they don't get treated like a regular expert. At least in New York. I would assume it's the same in Florida. Right. Like,
well, I don't know. It would have to pass. See, this is your
story.
It's Dalbert. Yeah. The Dalbert stuff. Yeah. There's a lot of faux science out there. But see, now we're in academics. I want to hear your entertainment story. So go ahead. So how does this end up?
What ends up with the judge excoriating this guy for 82 pages
against the lawyer.
Right. But then
did he get his money? Did he get the money?
No, he did not get the money. But then the judge sanctioned the client and not the lawyer. That was actually the kind of sad story of Balenciaga, is he blamed the judge put all of the burden of the sanction on the client. He really should have sanctioned the lawyer in this case.
Well, this is the thing, because lawyers get the bad rap for being so unethical and dirty. And obviously there's people like this that earn it.
He's done this at least 4 times.
Wow.
Where he has run the client to sanctions, withdrawn right before sanctions are issued. They fall on the client, and then he sues the client for work product in quantum merit.
Well, the thing that I see locally that people do that's kind of dirty is that there's certain lawyers who will charge a big upfront fee, and they walk away with a big pile of cash. Yeah. And then as soon as the case gets difficult, they withdraw, saying, "Oh, they're not listening to me, and I told them to plea," or whatever. And then the lawyer, then they don't have any money, and they go to the good lawyer who knows what they're doing, and they say, "Well, I'd love to hire you, but I've only got a little bit money left because this other lawyer took all my money." And so people think, "Well, I'm paying all this money. That must be the golden lawyer," when in fact it has nothing to do with it. It's just the shyster lawyer who took all their money, and it happens all the time. It's sad because I'm friendly with some of the good lawyers who take those cases and they feel so bad for the clients. I'm like, at what point is it the client's fault? I don't know.
This document had one of the best, or this case had one of the best legal briefs I've ever read, though.
Which was
the case we're talking about, Dick versus Maddox.
But okay, but you said it was best as in quality or as in humorous?
Yes. It was written by an attorney out of New York named Jordan Greenberger.
Mm-hmm.
Just a solo practitioner. He was representing one of the parties. Oh, because Maddox didn't just sue Dick. He sued 12 different parties.
Sure. Why not? Why bring everybody in?
Oh, he sued. Okay, so they were on Patreon.
Mm-hmm.
He sued the customer service representative of Patreon in their individual capacity, not as a representative of the company. but in his individual capacity. This poor guy who answered a phone at Patreon gets sued for no reason. He has no power or authority. Sues him. But no, Jordan Greenberger is representing this comedian named Mysterios Kokonos, who's one of the defendants. And he writes a brief. And you know the thing where like the first letter of every line makes words?
Yeah.
Yeah. He wrote like, fuck off Maddox in the brief. And he had like 4 different phrases throughout this brief. And I was like, you beautiful son of a bitch. You actually did it. You did it in a legal brief. He dumped on Maddox. He dumped on his lawyer, Kevin Landau, because Kevin Landau has such a drinking problem that he got so many DUIs in Michigan that he can never have a driver's license again. He's permanently barred from it.
Permanent revocation. Holy cow.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
Well, that's pretty. Do you think that was the most entertaining case you've done, though? Or is that just the first entertaining case?
It was the first entertaining one. It's high up there though. Like all of those videos, people who are new to the channel, like go back on YouTube to the earliest stuff, or you could just type in lawsuit or whatever. Start at episode 1 and just go. It's a fun ride watching me learn YouTube in real time, how bad all the production is. But like this lawsuit was so damn funny and ridiculous.
What would you say competes with that? Like, because you say that was one of the best. What would you put up there like the best of Rekieta? What would be up there?
Well, I mean that lawsuit's up there for sure. The Vic Mignogna lawsuit, which unfortunately did not end up the way I wanted it to go. But you know, what do you do? Other lawyers involved. But that saga and just the amount of fun we were having.
What was it? What was it?
Vic Mignogna, he's an anime voice actor.
Okay.
And he got Me Too'd. And so he sued his accusers for defamation. Should have won. I mean, like there's so many problems with it. I think the Texas court completely misapplied their anti-slap. But he lost on appeal. So it's effectively, there's a Supreme Court petition out there. It's effectively dead. The Texas Supreme Court's not going to take that up. But no, like just the fun time that we had during the streaming of it was great. Like the character, again, it's all about either the documents have to be hilarious, hilariously bad, hilariously good, intentionally witty. All of these things can work, but the characters in the case have to be perfect. Right. In this case, you had so many just shitty people involved that it was great.
Okay.
Little weirdos like this guy named Ron Toye.
It's funny, you know, like you watch for entertainment value. It's hilarious how because this is we did, you know, Legal Vices. We watched that murder trial, and I was so impressed. I was effusive about all the parties, the judges, and everybody was so. It was like my kind of trial. It was like yes, and people were getting mad at me because I was so entertained by, you know, the defense attorney. When the defense attorney make a good point, they're like, "You're defending the guilty." I'm like, "No, I'm enjoying the good lawyering, right?" But see, you're enjoying kind of entertaining lawyering. You're enjoying the best of, and see, this is the question. So that's why,
or the worst of.
The worst of. What is the best? What are the best Nick Rekieta cases that you've done? That's an interesting question, though, wouldn't you say? Because you would categorize that as the most interesting, would be the most entertaining to you and to your audience, right?
Yeah, when I get to have fun with it, it's the most fun. One of my favorites is this guy named Russell Greer. Russell Greer has a facial paralysis. I can't remember what it's called. A Mobius syndrome. So his eyes cannot move inside their sockets, and his mouth is paralyzed, and his lips don't touch. So he talks like this all the time, right? Now, you're tempted to feel bad for Russell Greer in his life circumstance, because I know you're a compassionate, empathetic person. You're like, God, it's awful. Russell Greer also happens to be an absolute horrific monster of a human being.
What did he do?
What hasn't he done?
What hasn't he done?
In regards to women, he is horrifying, particularly famous women. He stalks them. Well, and strippers. Famous women and strippers.
And strippers.
He stalks them.
This is an equal opportunity stalker.
He will like.
But at least you can see him coming. You're like, hey, there's that guy, you know?
Yeah, he also has a weird walk and stuff. So he sued Taylor Swift for $100 million.
Oh, yes. I think I have heard of that one. Right.
Yes. He's sued Taylor Swift
and they kind of get off on the fact that they can bring them into court. You know, so
he's never been able to, though. She's never showed up.
All right.
But he's sued her like 5 times. The first one, he sued her in a small claims court in Utah. And he was met with the iron hand of Greg Skordas.
Who is that? Is that a lawyer?
He was a former DA. He's a lawyer. And Russell Greer, first of all, he tried to negotiate a settlement with Greg Skordas to settle this small claims case by a totally not date with Taylor Swift, but dinner. Like dinner with Taylor Swift, but not a date. His lawsuit against her is because he wrote and composed a song. He spent 2 years composing a song. He hired a company to record it, and he sent it to her. And Taylor Swift's agent said, yeah, she'll never listen to this song. She can't listen to your song. It will never get to her. She will not open it. Because the obvious thing to do is to send Taylor Swift a song and then sue her for a copyright infringement on the next hit, right?
Yeah, that's a big problem in the music industry.
He loses his damn mind over this because she goes on Instagram and posts like thank yous to people who sent her gifts. Or she'll go to like a burn ward and visit a fan or something like that. Or she'll go and like go to prom with a military man or some formal dance at the college of a military man who lost a leg, like because it's Taylor Swift and it's good PR for her to do this shit. So he sues her for failure to acknowledge his gift when she acknowledges other gift. And he basically on a promissory estoppel, he acted in firm reliance on her acknowledgement of gifts. And then she didn't do it. $100 million.
Yeah. Oh my God. That's right. So sure.
He is
this is going nowhere. I confess.
He sued Ariana Grande.
Well, was this televised?
Katy Perry. No, these weren't televised. This is all documents, but he's pro se, but Steve, he's a paralegal, which makes it so much worse because he knows enough to not realize that he's an idiot.
That's right.
Here's
Dunning-Kruger effect in action.
Here you go. Find someone who looks at you like this. So this is Russell Greer. And again, you'll be tempted to be the compassionate Steve, but know that he also wrote a pamphlet and sued the governor of Utah to not only make prostitution legal, but to empower the state to force women into brothels to help the handicapped get laid.
Hey, that's pretty creative. I give him some props on that one. That's pretty impressive. That's like different level. That's like 3D chess of insanity.
It was 1D chess. He lost very handily. He also he wrote a book called Why I Sued Taylor Swift, which details his Taylor Swift lawsuits, and it's one of the funniest things I've ever read. I spent 10 or 11 streams with a female comedian named Sriracha, who introduced me to Russell Greer's cases and stuff like that. She and I read the entire book, one chapter at a time. We eventually got his former boss online. We got his high school classmate and friend on.
Oh my gosh, you really did it. Have you ever had him like try to contact you?
He's emailed me, yes.
Okay. Yeah,
I may reach out to him at some point and ask him for the interview. Like I'm just kind of waiting for it to be perfect.
I don't know. How long ago is this?
Oh, he emailed me this year.
Okay, but how long ago was this case against Taylor Swift and this whole
3 years ago, I think.
So it's not that far back.
It's not that far back, but he was kind of mad that I never like reached out to him. And I was like,
you might get sued, you know?
Oh man, shaking in my boots, Steve.
I know you're frightened. You might get sued.
But yeah, so we read the entire book. We got all these people involved in his lives. He has this crazy story with the Bunny Ranch. Do you know what the Bunny Ranch is out in
That's
Nevada?
Vegas somewhere, or like near
Yeah,
Vegas?
it's outside of Vegas, but because you can't do prostitution in Vegas, but outside of everywhere else in Nevada you can.
Okay.
And so the Bunny Ranch was the famous one that that HBO show Cat House was based out of. So he was going to the Bunny Ranch. Russell was, but Russell lived in Salt Lake City. Russell's also a Mormon. Sort of.
There seems like there's some confusion of the ideologies here. Wait a second now.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
but
no, you're right.
right.
You got this.
You're not. There
not
seems
missed
some
anything here.
inconsistencies here that are already picking up that there's some inconsistencies in the thought patterns.
So Russell is ostensibly Mormon. He's adopted by this family, which is actually a little bit of a tragedy because I believe that he was probably abandoned due to his birth defect.
So this is a birth defect.
Yeah, Mobius syndrome is a genetic disorder that is from birth.
I gotta look that up. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, not to revisit it, but
is there a mental effect, or is it simply a physical?
It's not supposed to be a mental effect. It's strictly physical. But yeah, his eyes don't move, so he has to turn his head to look sideways, and then his lips do not touch. Like his mouth has a paralysis to it.
It's almost like a stroke type thing.
Yeah, and it makes communication very difficult. It also makes some things, on one hand, difficult. If you're a normal, well-adjusted human being, you would say that's difficult for that person. If you're horrible like I am, you would say it's hilarious. Things like eating and drinking.
Oh, geez. Well, this is almost like Howard Stern level of whack packers, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It reminds me, like, what was it? Have you ever seen there's a documentary called The Sheik on the Iron Sheik?
Oh yeah, that guy's wild.
That guy is hilarious. You know, I mean, whoever hit on this personality, this guy, has just hit a gold mine. I mean, that whoever the wrestling talent promoter, and it's like the Iron Sheik, and this guy is like, you are just great. I mean, and it's a great documentary on the Iron Sheik, and I love that, and because he's just funny. You just listen to him talk, and he's hilarious,
right?
And so like that's kind of what you're talking about. This guy is such a character. It's like this is a gold mine. I mean, that's what Stern did. It's like the Beetlejuice, right?
Yeah.
This guy is entertaining. I don't know what's going on with him, but this is just, let's put the spotlight on him and watch it.
Let me tell you this Bunny Ranch story. So Russell lives in Utah, Salt Lake City. He works at a Walmart as a janitor at the time because he got fired from his paralegal job for suing Taylor Swift too many times.
Oh, jeez.
Because the law firm's like, you cannot keep doing this. Like, we have a reputation. You're gone. Like, you want to go on your personal crusade against Taylor Swift? Go do it. You're fired. So he's fired from there. So he's a janitor at a Walmart, and he's got an appointment at the Bunny Ranch with this girl named like Kira or something. I think it's not her real name. That it's like a name that was given in the story.
No, it's a real name.
No, but it's not
Kira
even
Lollipop.
It's not even her fake name.
Oh, okay.
So the story, like her story name is Kira. Her real name's out there. Like this is because the people she ended up getting fired after this, which I thought was very unjust.
Fired from prostitution gig?
Yes, she got fired from the Bunny Ranch.
What happened?
Probably for other reasons too, but this I think played a part in it because Russell Greer threatened to sue the Bunny Ranch, and the guy actually folded. We'll get to that. So Russell,
I'm confused again.
Yep,
I'm gonna lay it on me.
No, we're in medias race right now, and now I'm going back to the beginning, and I'm going to bring you. I'm going to bring you to where we are. And,
I mean, how can you get fired at the Bunny Ranch? I mean, it seems like.
Don't you want to know the story, Steve?
Yes, I do. So let me go ahead, lay it on me.
So Russell books his time at the Bunny Ranch, $4,000.
Wow,
4 hours of time.
Wow, that's how much it costs?
Nope. That's how much it costs someone who looks like Russell.
Oh, okay.
The thing about the Bunny Ranch, which you'll learn if you watch Cat House, is basically the girls set their prices. The more attractive the guys are to them, the less it costs. Or slow night, less cost, because you got to make some money.
Free market.
Big
Free market at
big
work.
night, big night, high rollers come in. Guys obviously have money, talk about throwing around money. They'll pay a ton. Guys who don't present like they have a bunch of money, but are kind of like decent looking, maybe a nice talker, someone they'll listen to. Because that's how you again, this is entirely from Cat House. Maybe it's completely, I've never been to Nevada, so I'm not speaking from experience here. But you basically go in and sit at the bar like a strip club kind of, and the girls kind of come up to you, and it's almost like a pitch, like it's a sales pitch. And so, but Russell books in advance, and it's $4,000 for 4 hours. Problem for Russell, he's 8 hours away by bus. He doesn't fly. And so he has a work shift at Walmart as a janitor that he has to do. Doesn't take the day off, because why would you do that? So he goes to work at Walmart in his tuxedo that he will wear to the bunny ranch. And he works an 8-hour shift at Walmart in a tux, mopping the floor and doing all the maintenance stuff that he has to do.
This already seems like a bad idea. It seems like the story is not starting as it should.
Then he gets on a bus in the tuxedo and rides for 8 more hours to the bunny ranch. And he gets out at the bunny ranch. He's still in his tuxedo. He's now been in it for 16 hours. And that's 16 hours of stink. And he gets there for his appointment. It's 9 a.m. 9 a.m. And he goes to talk to Kira, I think her name was in the story. And he goes to meet her. And she goes, okay, well, we can go back to the room. We can do whatever. But Russell is a gentleman, Steve. He is not going to insert anything into this woman until he has properly dated her.
Okay. Well, he's got 4 hours to get the dating done, right?
Yes. So they go, and he says he wants to talk. So she just sits on the bed. He sits on the chair, and they talk for a couple hours because they have to wait for the date location to open, which is an Olive Garden. Because if you are about to have sex with a prostitute, the one thing you should do is take her to the carb capital of humanity, full of cheese and olives and onions, and get that all up in her breath, all up in her stomach. And that's what you should do. So he takes her by limousine from the bunny ranch to Olive Garden, and they eat and have conversation at Olive Garden. And then they take the limo back to the bunny ranch. Well, guess what's happened now, Steve? 4 hours have occurred. 4 hours have elapsed. And she says, peace. 4 hours are up.
All right.
He goes ballistic over this. Threatens to sue the owner of the bunny ranch, who's now dead. That guy's dead. Threatens to sue him. To Russell's credit, I believe as settlement for his troubles, he did get 2 girls at the bunny ranch for free. So I guess in the end, Russell wins on that one. It's the only thing he may have ever won in his entire life. She ends up like going crazy. The girl, she ends up going crazy. She like steals money and stuff from the bunny ranch. She leaves in the middle of her shift. She runs off. So she gets fired. I think she got sued, but I don't know if anything ever happened with it. It was mostly like she just needed to go.
Well, that's sort of a sad story. I mean, the guy.
Every story involving Russell Greer is a sad story.
I mean, he seems like there's a lot of wreckage in the wake of this guy. He's like, oh man, what
dude,
a mess.
His origin story is
origin story. So is he a anti-hero? Is that what we're talking about? Like,
yeah,
he's the Mobius man.
So he in high school, he went in a bathroom in the high school, and he wrote on the wall a list of who he would murder.
Oh,
he got arrested and prosecuted for that.
Yeah,
because it was unambiguous. This would have been I think in Salt Lake.
Okay,
Salt Lake City. But his foster parents were actually well connected and wealthy. They got him a really good plea agreement on it. But he has a long history of stalking women. He has harassment restraining orders against him. Or no, he has one, I think. I don't know if he has more than one yet, but he used to just have the one. He actually sued someone. He sued Kiwi Farms for saying he had victims, and he's like, no, it's just the one victim.
The one that's a tough defense.
He fell in love with a stripper. That was amazing. Like followed her on Facebook, was messaging her constantly. She's like, leave me alone, sending her flowers all the time, trying to date this stripper. She
And
could
this
not
guy,
shake him.
he's still around. He's still around.
Oh yeah. His latest escapade is he has sued America's Got Talent.
Why? Because he thinks he's got talent?
It's worse than that, Steve.
No, what is the
Well, as I told you that he is a songwriter and a singer.
Oh, okay.
He sued America's Got Talent under the Americans with Disabilities Act because they did not accommodate him by hiring the band that would be required to play the song that he wrote because he can't sing it. He has a disability.
Well, that's pretty creative.
It's creative, but creative doesn't mean good.
No. Well, see, this is. Oh man, I don't know, man. It's a little too close to home because it's so kind of nutty and crazy. I'm glad you can be entertained by it, but see, the thing is that a lot of these things are
he's a ball of entertainment.
These are like clients of mine, you know, and I have to deal with some of these people are like out there.
This guy's one step away from a public defender, like from requiring a public defender services.
You see, I could tell you some stories, but I couldn't tell you online. You know what I'm saying? Because they're so bad. And this is the thing, you know, kind of being in our chairs, there's a gallows humor. You know, it's like the darkness and the evil and the nastiness. It's kind of like you almost have to laugh because it's so nutty. Like this poor guy. I remember I went to college. I went to college with this guy when I was an undergrad, and he was in a wheelchair and he was all messed up. You know, he had the clonus in the hands, and he his electric wheelchair. And all the girls would go over and it's like, oh, you know, he's so sad. And they'd go over there and they'd like try to, and he would give them the nastiest comebacks, like suck my bishop, right? He'd just like give it to him right in the face. And they'd go like, oh my God, he's so nasty. You know, but it's kind of this character. It's like, okay, are you really have sympathy for me? Then here, give me some sex. That's what
Nailed it.
It's like, I'm like,
perfect.
It's like,
perfect.
How much sympathy do you really have for me? You know, it's like, well, called it.
So here's the awful thing that I did. So I have these lips, these lips that you can, I can't put them in my mouth because they need to be washed. Been sitting on my desk for too long.
I wouldn't put that in that orifice. That's a little where you don't know where that thing's been.
I do know exactly where this thing's
well,
been.
Then even better. And don't put it.
I clean, like when I would use it for a stream, I would clean this thing off thoroughly and I'd pour whiskey all over it. But no, so this forces your mouth to stay open, so you sound like Russell Greer. So we would read his book, and I would read all of his parts with the mouth going. But it's so gross right now. It's kind of just slimy and it's hideous.
It's decaying. It's kind of got that rubberized old rubber decay on it. You know, latex that's been sitting around for too long.
It's so bad. I at first I actually felt bad doing it, and then you read about like this guy's antics and his views and how he like feels he's entitled to have the state force women to have sex with him. Like it's like, okay, you're just actually a monster. Like you're legitimately horrifying. I'm okay making fun of you. So we did that. Put them in your mouth, pussy. There's so much dust on it. I'm not going to do it. I'd have to go wash it.
Please, come on. I'm trying. Like that would make me sick.
Would? I'll be right back.
No, please.
So what are you talking about? I just have to go to the bathroom. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to go wash the thing and put it in his mouth. Oh my God. He's like, wait, no, I'll put it in my mouth. Let me go wash it. That's what I heard. What's going on, chat? Hey, why don't you go subscribe to my channel? I got a simple, it was like, I'm putting all this content up and I don't have enough subscribers. I mean, I'm putting so much work into my Rumble channel. It's Crime Law with Stephen N. Gosney. So if y'all, my brother chatters, would sign up on the Rumble channel to get my subscriptions up, that would be nice. That's what I have to see. I'm not as entertaining as Nick over here. Isn't he great? He's entertaining. What do we have here? Let's get intimate. Wrath of Khan. Khan, I don't want to get intimate with Khan. There's some nice ladies. I love the nice ladies here.
Hey, Steve.
Yes.
How's it going?
Oh, see, I respected you, man. You could have been a contender.
Why don't you respect me now?
That is weird. That is really weird. See, you did do it exactly. You didn't have to go to the bathroom. See, I catch on quick.
This is how I do our entire shows, Steve. Entire shows just like this.
See, anything for a laugh. This is the problem. You know what I did the other day?
This is how you. This is peak masculinity.
This is very creepy. I don't know. Now I'm starting to get creeped out.
Why?
Because it's weird. You look like a monkey.
You should see me drink whiskey with those things on. Oh God, it's a disaster.
Oh man,
it just spills all over the place.
I didn't even get enough chance to push my Rumble channel. Although I don't know what exactly happens if you get a lot of subscribers on a Rumble channel. Does anything happen?
I mean, you get more people who get notifications and watch you normally. So yeah.
I guess I mean, I've been posting a lot of stuff and a lot of different stuff just to kind of, but I was asking your chatters to subscribe because
good. They should.
Yeah. I don't know, but like, do I get anything? Do I get a prize at the end of the year?
Yes.
Do I get those monkey lips?
I'll send you a pair.
No. I don't need to. Yeah. Citrus County sucks, doesn't it? Danny, I agree with you. Worst county in the whole frickin' state. The judiciary, I will just point out.
Let me read a couple more of these chats here. Samuel Williams, the founding father, says Jeremy DeWitt was even on Dr. Phil. It's such a crazy and dramatic story. It could be made into a Netflix series.
That guy there, the Mobius syndrome was on.
No.
Phil?
Jeremy DeWitt was the fake cop.
Oh, okay. Yeah. One I can't talk about. I'm serious. I might get that case.
That'd be wild.
Yeah.
If you do, I'm going to cover it. I won't have you on for it, but I'll cover it.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Especially if it's televised.
No. I do the appeals.
Oh, right.
Yes. Yeah. Though, Let me see. I've got some interesting trials coming up though. What do you think about this one? Let me pass this one by you, Ricada.
Yeah.
And Ricada chatters. Got a guy who's being prosecuted in our jurisdiction for supposedly having a gun in a rap video. Can you identify a workable firearm from a video? Is like, are cops so well trained that they can see that gun is operating and it's an operable firearm? Just
assuming
from a 1 second clip, which there's lots of problems on it.
Assuming he's restricted from owning or operating a firearm, like that's the problem here, is that he'd be violating some sort of probation, or he's a former felon or something like that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Just go.
No, of course a cop can't identify it. So there's a YouTube channel out there called Audit the Audit.
Oh yeah, I know that one. Yeah.
And they had a video the other day where it was a blind guy who's walking.
Oh, I've seen that. Yes.
Yeah, he had the cane, the collapsible cane in his back pocket.
Right.
And the police officer decides it might be a firearm. So he even pulls it out, and he's like, "No, it's just a cane or whatever."
He pulled that out way too fast. I wouldn't have been whipping that thing out. But once he proved that it was not a firearm, her suspicions were allayed, and he was free to leave. And that was an illegal arrest. But they had but their prosecutor dropped it like an ethical prosecutor should do. Our prosecutors prosecuting, we're going to go to trial on this stuff.
Yeah, that one's crazy because so is the theory they saw a firearm They then what, obtained a warrant to see if it was operable?
Oh no, they don't have the firearm.
They don't even have it? Well,
Nope.
it should have been dropped for lack of cause.
I know. Well, it's a 1 second of a rap video where the guy just goes, yo, yo, yo. And they're going to use the video. And the problem, here's another problem with the case. I shouldn't talk about it too much. Because I'll reveal, because we're going to whoop them in trial.
We're gonna stomp a mud hole in these guys.
Right. So I don't want to give away too much. Now, see, I'm getting sleepy. See, sleepy is just about as much as drunk.
Yeah, it's very dangerous.
It is very dangerous. So I'm not going to drive. I'll drive my computer. What else can we talk about, Rackets?
Oh well, I got a bunch of stuff. I've got here. We gotta do this. I gotta play a video. Give me.
You got super chats and videos. Has people been super chatting? Have you been making lots of money?
I've been making some money. I've been
Really?
making fine money.
Okay.
I no longer care
Well, that's
because
nice.
I have a Rumble exclusivity contract and everything's grand in my life.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah,
Get
that's
me
why
one
I'm
of
going
those.
to Miami is to sign.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Make sure you send me details on that because I'll ask the wife and maybe we'll flip
Yes.
down to Miami and swap a sidecar.
Okay, here we go. So this is from today. This is fresh. This is fresh off the presses. This is a lady named Critical K. All right. And this is a 7-minute clip from her YouTube video today, her live stream that happened during this. This is contemporary action.
This
here.
is today, so this is breaking. This isn't any
This
of that old
wasn't
stuff.
just today. This is while we were talking.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, you've got like network. You've got people sending you stuff as it happens, right?
Yeah, I'm grabbing stuff out of the ether.
You are the man.
Here we go. So this is title is Critical K Seeds about Nick. Here we go. This is my man Spectre. Grabbed this one for me. So here we go. Let's see what she says. Wait, there's no audio yet. Hold
You
on.
got to share audio.
Yeah. Locals chat, you're getting out of hand right now. You're getting out of hand over there. Here
That's
we
a
go.
lot. What is this?
Here.
I do not, Lauren X Edwards, I do not collaborate with him. And he's like obsessed with me right now. It's for some reason. It's really gross.
Wait, who is?
Who is? You?
Never collaborated with him. He's a horrible person.
Wait, is
Who
this
is?
me?
I would never collaborate with him. But he's like obsessed with me right now. And I don't know why. It's weird because it's been like over a month since I even said his name.
Who?
I think she's talking about me.
Like, I don't know what triggered him.
Okay, so the background story. This is this chick named Critical K. Her name is Karen Yax, and she's a true crime podcaster. The problem with her is that she says a bunch of lies about people, and she's being sued by a woman named Ray Andracchio.
Yeah, you've told me
I
about
mentioned this at the beginning of the stream.
Right. Okay, so this is her, huh?
So when she says it's been a month since she said my name, when she said my name, she called me a pedophile because I had a guy on my show whose daughter was being swept up in some CPS bullshit, and he had what he considered medical proof that she was being sexually abused by the mother and the mother's boyfriend. He took her into a clinic. They did the full-on effectively a rape kit, right? A rape kit, by the way, people don't realize like a rape kit isn't like a swab or something. It's an inventory of questions that they go through with a purported victim to see if they're actually a victim of some sort of sexual violence. And there can be some medical tests involved in that, but like it's more about their testimony because you can do a rape kit later than the event when things might not be as apparent, but the trauma and the way they answer questions can matter. So we went through the test results, which show, according to that clinic, clear sexual assault on this child. And it was ignored by the court, just completely ignored. They did not accept this thing. And then not only that, they went on to say that the dad never took care to see if the child was actually in any danger and stuff. It was really a weird case. Okay. But the dad gave me the documents. I'm interviewing the dad. We went through them on stream. Red Banyan, who's a PR firm, was involved in this, a big PR firm that Amber Heard had hired at one point even. They were involved in this. They were, I believe they were involved in taking down my video through a privacy complaint, even though I had consent of the father of the child to talk about these medical documents. It didn't matter. YouTube didn't give a shit. They took that video down. But that's why she called me a pedophile, is because we went through the medical records of the child. Now there's no pictures of the child, but there are some descriptions in there of violence against her, which was kind of horrible. But that's reality. Like you know this because you deal with law and you deal with the ugly side of humanity. So do I. And we don't shy away from that on the channel just because of someone's sensibilities. Reality is ugly sometimes. So I went through that. That's why she hates me. Since then, I've mentioned her, I think 0 times until tonight. And the only reason I'm mentioning her is because she's getting blown out in her lawsuit, that her defamation lawsuit against her, because she's an idiot who just keeps trying to tell the state of Mississippi that they have no jurisdiction over. And they're like, no, we do.
Jurisdiction. This is a Brooks defense. I don't know if that's the defense that I would lie on with. I mean, if she's the jurisdiction, once it's established, it's kind of over. I mean, you can do it on appeal, but you kind of like have to move on from that. If the court's determined jurisdiction, then now you got to defend the suit, right?
Yeah. Once you do that, and she's told the court several times that she just doesn't have the money to defend it, Steve. So she shouldn't have to.
Well, yeah, of course you can get well, and there is that problem of what do you do with people that have nothing to lose? Those
Right.
people can be dangerous because they have nothing to lose, and they can make your life miserable. And they've got like I always, one of the things I train our appellate attorneys to is that we are not our clients' pen pals, because
Right.
they're at life in prison. They got nothing better to do but write us all day, right? So answer the questions, be respectful. You can sometimes go beyond that and help, but at some point you got to understand that their life in prison and you've got 100 clients to deal with, right? So this is somebody who, if they get their focus and they got nothing to lose, then where are we going here? And this is the thing. How is it that, well, now we're back to the free speech. We're back to where we started, right? Back where we started. There's a song like that. Anyway, back to free speech. It's like, so you said a dirty word, so you're a bad guy. But then if you're injecting children with hormones that make them sterile for the rest of their lives, oh, you should be celebrated. Wait a second now. What is it? The guy that says that's got a lovely wife and a beautiful family, that's educating his kids and earning a family and earning a living. That's the bad guy here.
Yes. Well, I am the bad guy.
But the guy that's like, destroying billions of dollars of wealth in cryptocurrency by pyramid schemes, and well, we should celebrate him, right?
Right.
Or, it's like, what world are we living in here? I mean, how do you define a bad person? Is there something that you can say to, I mean, you could tell me, I don't like you anymore, Ghazni, go away, click, right? Okay. But that doesn't make you a bad guy. I mean,
No.
it's like, what makes you a bad guy is how you do. Are you a liar? Are you a bad dad? Are you doing evil in your world? I mean, what are the things that make you bad? Because you don't like somebody, or you're talking about something, or you're saying a dirty word. See, now I'm ranting again. But see, this, but come on, pick a. I mean, the problem is I'm looking at it from a certain perspective. I do criminal law. I've seen such evil committed against so many innocent people. And sometimes those people are innocent people that I'm representing, right? I mean, I've seen the state do evil things. There's so many people, and then you look back in the courtroom and there's nobody there for them. Nobody. There's people in prison for life, and there's nobody that writes them. They're alone.
Mhm.
They've been abandoned. there's so many things. There's such a need for goodness and people and human connection, but yet you're the bad guy, and I'm going to focus my life. My purpose and my meaning of life is going to be because I'm going to pick on some guy who said a dirty word that I don't like on the internet. I mean, get a frickin' life. All right, rant over.
Yeah. Here, let's hear what she has to say, though. Here we go.
All right, sorry.
I don't know what Burr climbed in his BVDs over me, but for some reason he's got himself all twisted up in a knot.
I'm not twisted up in a knot. I'm laughing at you
Not sure why.
because you're losing your lawsuit in hilarious fashion.
The only thing I've ever said about him is he humiliated a little girl by
Did
reading
not.
her medical records. He called her mother the C word.
Her mother's a cunt.
Oh my God, there's the C word.
11-year-old little girl.
Oh, let me be very clear. Kelly Long is an absolute cunt.
Okay, well,
She violated court orders.
how are you defining this exactly?
When,
Is there a legal?
okay,
Is this a legal definition?
her boyfriend at the time is a guy named Jacob. God, it's been a long time. Ken, Kiwi Farms, Ken Jennings, can you help me out? What is Jacob? My brain goes to Wetterling because I'm in Minnesota. It's not Jacob, but I think it's a W. What was Jacob's name, Ken? Bellington. Thank you. Siren Jag. Jacob Bellington is her boyfriend. At the time. Jacob Bellington is a real piece of work. Very connected in the community. Seems to have gotten out of a lot of actual trouble without questions being asked, without trials, without court intervention. But Jacob Bellington, or Kelly Long, court ordered to keep the kids away from Jacob Bellington. What does she do? Takes the kids to Jacob Bellington. They ride around in go-karts, flips the go-karts. One of the little boys gets his arm broken, put in direct danger by this person who's unstable. And you know, nothing ever happens to her. That's the thing. Nothing ever happens to this woman who consistently put her kids in danger throughout this entire process. It was really like, and she, I don't know how to say it. She's a cunt. And when I say put the kids in danger, the boys were in physical danger. Sophie was in sexual danger. There's lots of documentation about it. That the court ignored it does not convince me that it didn't happen, because the doctors are convinced that it happened.
Yeah, but the logic here is because you're reading a medical report that documents something that actually happened. You're the bad guy.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
that's actually it. Yes, correct.
That is freaking bizarre. Like, let's analyze this for a second. So I'm going to read the autopsy reports of the murder victims in Idaho. I'm the bad guy, not the murderer.
Yes. That's the logic here. Let's see what's next. Here we go.
His mother has begged him to take down his live streams where he reads her medical records. He refuses to.
His mother did not beg me to take them down. His mother's attorney demanded that I take them down and threatened me with an ethics complaint, of which my video of my response to her email is still up. Fuck you, bitch. You want to threaten me? I will destroy your dumbass all over. She sent me a cease and desist, Steve.
Well, but this is a public record?
The
document that you read?
So the document that I read, first of all, Kiwi Farms Ken Jennings got this document from the court clerk.
Oh, that's public record then.
I got the document. I think it was subsequently sealed.
Okay.
I got the document prior to sealing and broadcast it prior to sealing from the dad who had the record. So yes, I legally obtained this document. I had the consent of the owner of the document. The mother refuses to acknowledge the document because she claims that it's fake or that it's not accurate.
But see, how is this not just reporting?
Of course it's reported. Like it's full First Amendment protection.
Yeah, I mean, this is called public interest reporting, I think. I mean, you know, if you were the New York Times, you know, expose 60 Minutes, there wouldn't be any question at all, would there?
No, not a single shred of it.
Yeah, so I don't know.
I'm probably going to re-upload that video.
Okay, all right.
It's been a long time since it's been down, but now that someone's pissed off about it, I'll re-up. It was a really good interview. I don't know that Michael Long. Here's the problem with Michael. He's a really interesting guy, and I do believe that in his mind he was acting in the best interest of his daughter, but he was acting in violation of court orders, and he's facing a lot of prison time for it. But I also, as a dad, understand that perspective that the court is telling you to put your child in danger.
Mhm.
And he says, no, I'd rather take my kid to Mexico
Right.
where she's not going to be in danger.
Ugh.
And that's as an attorney, that's a really fine line to walk, right? Because we're supposed to respect the courts.
Well, you know, Megan Fox investigates, right?
Yeah.
You know, she was following a case like that, where this guy, the woman was that went to a doctor, and then like the doctor gave her some medicine and drugs and stuff, and the kid was having all kinds of crazy reactions. And so then she took to another state and went to another doctor, and then they charged the parent for following the advice of the doctor. Do you know about this case that she's following? It's nuts.
Yeah. She came on and talked about it. It was crazy. So Ken Jennings says, Critical K has repeatedly called Sophie, this is the daughter, a brat, and that she was lying and that she was lying so much. There's a 5.5-minute compilation video of her saying those things. So the victim in this case, Sophie Long, she has repeatedly said that the little child is lying and is a brat, is nasty. Here we go.
And he's clearly hates me.
I don't hate you. I just laugh at you.
Dismantled Michael Long. And Michael Long's reign of terror.
First of all,
against his
okay,
ex-wife.
I've never seen a single
And
piece
these
of
people
content you've
are
created
pissed
before
off
this.
that Michael Long's ex-wife has all of her children back.
She should
She's
not.
happy. They're happy.
I doubt that. By the way, real
Their
quick,
lives are
Can I critique the stylistic as a PowerPoint presenter myself? This long block of text on the thing is not working. This is not the way you do a presentation. Is anybody going to read that?
No. But here's the other thing. I talked to Sophie. I talked to the little girl while I didn't know where they were, but Michael had her. I talked to him and I talked to her. She was happy. She was safe. She was smiles. Everything looked on the up and up. So to tell me that she went back to her mom and she's happy, maybe I don't buy it for a second. I know the bias of Critical K. I'm not biased towards Michael. I'm biased against Kelly for sure, but I don't know that Michael's the right guy either. He gave me some weird vibes. I think he lied about some stuff in our interview. I've talked about that before too, but it doesn't really matter because I can empathize with a dad who believes he's keeping his child safe, even if he's wrong on it. But I don't think he was wrong on this one. At the time of this incident, the child was not safe with the mother. And that's clearly apparent because one of the brothers who was with the mother got injured at the hands of the mother's boyfriend against a court order.
Well, sometimes there's no good options. You know, this is why judges hate family court, because sometimes maybe there's a pox on all houses, right? Both parties are playing dirty. I don't know this case in particular, but
yeah, that could be the case.
You don't know, and it's very difficult looking outside and trying to figure these out. And that's why you look at things like reports and independent. You're trying to find the truth, right? Isn't that the exercise of a journalist or somebody who's looking at these things, or at least entertainment?
I'm trying to protect a kid who is obviously traumatized by having to go back to her mom's house, complained of sexual assault and abuse. There's a doctor's video, or there's a doctor's report documenting the sexual assault and abuse. I'm pretty convinced at that point. I'm not a judge in this case.
Is this person like trans, or is this just a?
Nope.
No. the one I'm talking about the commentator, not the
No,
okay. I don't know
but
nowadays.
I can see how you make that mistake.
There's oh, the shoulders are awful. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't know. Nowadays, I have to ask these things because
Right. Yeah. Because you would like it's 2022. It's not even the fact that she kind of looks like a man.
well, also people that kind of get obsessive like this and kind of act like this, there's some mental disturbance going on.
Yes.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It's getting too late. I'm tired. Jeez.
Here, we got let's get through
Are
this.
wonderful. They're happy to all be back together as a family.
No one can verify this. It's just a complete baseless
And
assertion.
he's mad about that. And Michael Long is sitting in a jail cell.
I have not talked about
facing
Michael and Sophie Long
Aggravated kidnapping
probably
charges.
in 2 years.
And facing
I laugh at
many
your
years in
lawsuit
prison.
against Ray
I
and
didn't do
Dracula.
that. I didn't tell him to kidnap her. I didn't tell him to make false accusations.
First of all, nothing about the accusations have been shown to be false. He was charged with violating a court order. The kidnapping is not, I don't think he actually has a kidnapping charge. I think it was still in violation of the court order to produce a child. I have dealt with actual kidnapping cases between parents that have not been resolved in this nice, expeditious way, where there was a clear kidnapping, a clear lack of rights, and everybody just goes, oh, well, wash your hands. You look into this case and you watch the, I think it's Collin County, where Dallas, a suburb of Dallas, Collin County, Texas. You start looking into the Collin County courthouse and its family law division, and you will find cases like Michael and Sophie Long everywhere. And you will find the same guardian ad litems.
Right.
The guardian ad litem in this case acted not only as guardian, but also as attorney in direct violation of the law.
Yeah, but they can't get anybody to do it. And they pay junk. They don't pay any money.
Yep.
So nobody's doing it. So this is very typical of this type of court. I hate to be cynical about it, but it's a disaster. I mean, what goes on in these family courts, it's tough. I mean, there's sometimes there's just no good resolution. Nobody can get it right 100% of the time. Absolutely not.
Well, I mean, I can.
Hey, by the way, I saw Legal Vice's comment. You know, he invited me onto his stream tomorrow. The later I stay up, the less likely I'm going to make it.
Okay, here, let's finish this.
Okay,
Well, I'm going to try and not pause it again.
because you
And I
get
certainly didn't tell Nick to read. At Levi Page, you're one of many who has said that to me, that they liked him until he defended Michael Long.
I didn't defend Michael Long.
And see, this is what happens with some people, and it happens with lawyers too. They get committed and married to certain opinions and quote beliefs.
Nope.
And anything that challenges those opinions and beliefs is for them like throwing holy water on a vampire. It makes them angry.
Clearly, you've
shirk
never
and
watched
hide.
Twilight, you dummy.
That's the sign of low emotional intelligence. Emotionally intelligent people have
What
the
is-
humility to learn to admit when they're wrong, when their opinion was wrong. or
who
learn
is this
to
person?
adjust their opinion when new information is presented to them.
No new information has been presented to ever convince me that
I
Kelly
would not
Long
tell
was a fit
anybody
parent.
which way to feel about Michael Long. All I did was present the other side. And I think Rakita Law thinks like I beat him or something. I mean, I don't know how else to look at it. 'Cause
Oh, you
I
dummy.
presented
Look,
side
I said I wasn't
on
gonna say anything, or I wasn't gonna pause it again. Woman, I am a narcissist. Do you think there's nobody on earth who has ever beaten me at anything? I could lose in a sporting event and consider myself the victor. So I definitely don't think that.
Yeah, I will
second-
say that just as a passive observer here, at no point during this entire conversation did I ever think, gee, Nick is upset because he thinks he beat her. That is 180 degrees. There's a lot of projection going on here.
The funniest thing is, like, my current topic about her had nothing to do with Sophie and Michael Long and everything to do with how retarded her legal documents are in this Ray Andracchio defamation case, where she just keeps writing random letters to the court saying, no, I don't have to show up. And now she's facing sanctions for and default.
She's representing herself in a lawsuit. Okay, that's stupid right there.
Yeah.
Well, and what is her job? What does she do?
I guess this. I don't know if she has another job. That's the thing. Like, I barely know anything about her. I just think that the lawsuit against her, my friend is the lawyer in the case against her.
See, this
so,
is the problem.
That's
this
the
is
only
part
reason
of it.
I'm interested in it.
Anybody can get, I guess, and broadcast and have a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And that's what happens is that, there's no weeding. There's no weeding of the fields of chaff from the chaff. Right?
Well, there is. I mean, it's this isn't the most fair, but subscriber count is an indicator. It's not the be all end all. Lots of people have.
But now you're making me feel bad.
No,
but
but
I don't have a lot of subscribers.
I'm trying to tell you, it's not the be all end all of
Okay.
anything, because subscriber count often has to do with catching waves and stuff like that.
Okay.
Her wave was Sophie Long, and she still wasn't able to capitalize on it because she's just not interesting. But that being said, the only reason I talk about her at all is because my friend is the lawyer suing her.
Okay.
And it's consistently hilarious. Her like insistence that the state of Mississippi has, I think it's Mississippi, has she says that they just can't possibly ask her to come to court because she just doesn't have any money, and that's not fair. And it's like, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. And so now she just refused to go to court. She's going to get defaulted on it. She'll probably get sanctioned for refusing to comply with discovery as well. And it's like, you're self-owning all over the place. That's why I'm laughing. I don't even care about the Michael and Sophie Long stuff anymore. The story's over. Michael's going to prison. I mean, I would like to see a real appeal, but based on everything we've seen so far in the Michael Long case, it kind of looks like a really corrupt Collin County family court system. And I've gotten several lawyers, guardian ad litems, and other people from Collin County when I was covering this saying, you have no idea how bad it is here. No idea how terrible this is. The corruption is obvious. The corruption is rampant. But
it's very difficult. I mean, I have a lot of sympathy for these, what that's trying to be done, what's being asked of these courts, and what is the staffing, the lack of information.
Let me stop you right here. Me stop you right here. This judge, in this case, Cynthia Wheelis, her husband was the chief judge who assigned judges to the case, assigned his wife to the case. She sealed the case. Guess who leaked sealed documents to the pro Kelly Long Facebook group? The chief judge, Judge Wheelis, leaked documents in this case to the pro Kelly Facebook group so that they would have information. Went in there. He's like, hey, you guys want to know about this? I'm the senior judge in this division. My wife is the judge on the case. He goes in, he leaks the documents straight to him.
That should be, isn't that a disqualification motion?
You would think. And they Michael filed motion. Michael's attorney, who I've talked to, by the way, his attorney before he ended up having to be pro se because his attorney dropped it because of the harassment she was getting for her role as defending this guy. I talked to her. She's like, they filed motions to recuse. They had the proper basis for recusal. And just shockingly, nothing ever happened with it. Just couldn't get the judges recused. Then eventually the judge ended up recusing herself and fleeing the state.
What?
Yes, the judge fled the state of Texas because she feared retribution over her actions in the case. And then they appointed a new judge, and the new judge directly violated the state statute on appointment because he had zero family law experience as a judge or an attorney. And in Texas, if you're going to be appointed as a judge in a family law case, you must have as a specialty, either in your practice or as a specialty in your judgeship, family law experience. He had none.
Who appointed him?
Judge Wheelis.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, it's like there was clear,
Yeah.
documentable
No.
statutory violations going
Again,
on from the court.
I have similar stories that are not near as entertaining, but that are similar corruption that I could tell you about off the air. And sadly, I don't know. I mean, people have lost it. You know, what happened to fair judging? Let's just I'm talking as a theoretical. So you have put me in my place properly, and properly so.
No, but you can't, you haven't followed this. You don't know, like you couldn't possibly know, because it's ridiculous to say that you would have a husband and wife judge team where the husband is the superior judge of the district, who assigns his wife to the thing, who assigns the same 2 guardian ad litem she assigns to every case, to every family law case. They're always deferential to the mother in every single family law case. They get paid a ton of money. She allows them to act as so there's 2 guardian ad litems in this case. One is supposed to act as a guardian ad litem / attorney. The other one is supposed to act as a guardian ad litem advocate. The advocate wrote motions as an attorney and filed them in court, directly violating Texas state statutes. The judge, the appointment of, the leaking of the documents by the chief judge was investigated by the State Bar of Texas. I believe they just decided that he wasn't in, or they maybe gave him an admonishment, but not anything beyond that. She ends up recusing herself, fleeing the state, and then his new appointment, and he may have recused himself after appointing, I can't remember, but his new appointment directly violated the state statutes. I went through all of this on video. You couldn't have known that this happened, because this should never happen this way. Even if Michael Long is 100% guilty and Kelly Long is a fucking angel, what happened in the courts in this case was a travesty of the court system.
Well, this is what Andrew talks about all the time, and he is 100% correct. Andrew Branca, he says that, he's not invested in a particular outcome. It's that the process be respected. Because in order to get some justice, we have to have some sort of modicum of due process that is fair. And if the process is tainted, if the process is unfair, the end is not, it's not an end. It's like, I'm not rooting for any particular party. I don't know the mom or the dad or any of these people that you're talking about, but what you're talking about is a process that is broken and is, major problems with conflicts on the judge part, amongst other things. And that's the problem. It's
yes,
because how can you have justice coming out of a system that's that messed up?
Right. And the thing is, again, talking to practitioners in Collin County in family law, you will hear that this is not rare. It's the norm. It is
right,
or at least,
and there are jurisdictions like this, and I unfortunately we have them in Florida, where you get a judge or you get some team. It's usually a smaller town, and they start lording over everybody, and they become a little fiefdom, a little kingdom, and they think they're above the law, and it's like, the law doesn't apply to me. I'm the judge, so I'm absolute dictator, and nobody tells me what to do. And they've got this little cult of personality surrounding them that tells them how they're so great. I mean, it happens. It's not just this one county. That this is a problem throughout our society. I mean, and I don't know. I sympathize with what you're saying, because we got to have. Thank God there's somebody on it, like media, somebody like you who cares about this.
Didn't matter. Didn't do anything.
Well, maybe it didn't. Maybe it did. I don't know, but shining the light of attention on these things, at least it's something. It makes people aware, because otherwise this dirty stuff goes on and they get away with it. I don't know. I'm unfortunately, I know I'm thinking of several different counties and judges in courtrooms that where this type of thing happens that I'm aware of. Um, anyway, enough opining from me.
Yeah. I don't want to finish the video because it's late.
Yeah, I know. I'm so tired right now, and Vice
Why
is
don't
leaving.
you? Yeah, you should go. I've got to finish up the stream, but you should go.
And you got to do your Pope thing, and I'm going to check out for the Pope thing.
Yeah.
So, hey, it's been a pleasure, man. Thank you very
Always
much. And I thanks for finishing up. I've put a capper on the old Brooks trial, and we'll do something. You know, I was thinking, we'll do something like just have another stream. But this late night stuff, gosh, I know that you.
Well, I don't always do late night stuff. No, wait. I always do late night stuff, but I don't only do late night stuff.
I know you're like on all the time. You have a video when you're sleeping. You ought to have the Nick sleeping video.
Yeah,
then you can have 24-hour coverage.
Oh God.
All right, man. I'm gonna hit the sack, but thank you for the chatters and putting up with me, and thank you for selling my books, and thanks for subscribing. And I will see you around. Grounds.
Grounds. Objection.
Objection.
Grounds.
Grounds.
I'm going to eject you from the courtroom. Peace. Damn it, Sam. Stop posting Faye Reagan. All right. We got to do the next thing. The next thing. Here we go. Look at this. I was just talking with Steve about, how this whole thing worked out, what a mess it was. But really what it comes down to is uncertainty. We don't know if Michael Long is right. We don't know if Kelly Long is a cunt or just a bitch. She's a cunt. We don't know what's going on with that. What we do know is that there's a whole bunch of information that we will never have because the process failed. And when the process failed, what you need is a hedge against that failure. And birchgold.com/knows is here to help you hedge against inflation and market volatility, but ultimately hedge against uncertainty. That's the whole point. Stop posting Janice Griffin in the middle of my grift. Damn it, Art. What's wrong with you? It is a hedge against uncertainty. And right now we are in absolute uncertain times. We don't know what's going to go on at any point. And Birch Gold is here to help protect one of people's biggest investments. And that is their IRA or their 401k. That is the work that you have put into your life, that work product being there, waiting for you, being wiped out by the decisions of an aloof, idiotic president like Joe Biden, or the decisions of a depraved Congress, or FTX bullshittery, or anything like that. Traditionally, gold and silver have been historical hedges against those things, and gold and silver are available to be held in your IRA or 401k. Birch Gold is here to help you understand how to do those things. That's all they're selling through me. Anyway, you talk to them, they'll try and sell you something different. But through me, they want you to go to birchgold.com/knows. They want you to click here, click on this button. You put in your information, first name, last name, email, phone. They will send you an info kit and they will go ahead and tell you what's going on at no cost to you. That way you can make your informed decision about your future. And that's all we ask, is that you get that information that you need to make the decision that's appropriate for you. They're not selling gold as an investment. They're selling gold as protection. And, that's the thing. The other thing, of course, they're a giant bro. They've never told me what to say, what I can't say, or anything like that. And that is really cool. Although I am remembering that they have suggested something that I might want to say, and it's new. So give me just a second. I'm pulling it up right now. And here's what it is, guys. It's a new thing that they're doing. They have a whole script here. I'll just read it, I guess. I'm gonna have to like look at this and do it on my own in a little bit. I don't have to follow these bullet points, but here's the bullet points. Will the lack of a red wave during the midterms lead to a more emboldened Biden? More wasteful government spending, higher taxes? How will you protect your hard-earned savings from the reinvigorated left? The answer, gold. Gold is the world's oldest, most proven form of currency. It's there for you when inflation soars, when other assets go sideways. And that's why Birch Gold is so thrilled to introduce a new product that reimagines gold as currency. The Gold Back. This month, you'll get a free gold back for every $5,000 purchased when you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a precious metals IRA with Birch Gold by December 22nd. Birch Gold will help you own gold and silver that in a tax sheltered account. Visit birchgold.com/nose to claim your free info kit on gold, then talk to one of their precious metals specialists. Plus, with every purchase you make before December 22nd, you'll get a free gold back over $5,000. This is a great stocking stuffer just in time for Christmas. Once again, visit birchgold.com/nose. Protect your savings with gold today. So it's very dramatic, but that's the basic gist of it. Is I mentioned this on the show the other day. $5,000 or more, you get a gold back, which is a gold-based currency that they will send to you for free. And you can check that out if you want, if it's the right move for you. Obviously, that's the trick. Is this the right actual thing for your investment? If it is, cool. If it's not, don't do it. Okay, here we go. So that's that. birchgold.com/nose. Get your free information kit. Very important. Very important to do so. Okay. Let's do gold-based card. They're sending me one of the gold backs, so I'll be able to show it on the stream very soon. I just don't have it yet. But I think it's like a dollar bill, or maybe it's a coin. I'm not sure. Diz Guy says, good news. Looks like that ginger chick's Give Send Go was fully funded. Wait, why did that ginger chick have a Give Send Go? What happened there? I don't even fucking know what's going on with that. Car problems? Oh, okay. There we go. Oh, we've got some more stuff over here. Benjamin Bashaw says Brooks is a crazy POS, but after spending $159,000 in family court, I'm definitely not in for giving judges more leeway. We have the right to be a belligerent litigant and force government officials to have to follow procedures. Well, the problem with Brooks was that the court was following procedures. And his belligerence wasn't justified. It wasn't based in fact or law. That was the issue that Brooks had. I fully agree with you. You should be belligerent. They should have to follow all procedures. The court very clearly followed procedures with Darrell Brooks. Brooks just wanted to make a mess of everything the entire time because he had nothing better to do. Victor Phantasm, Nick, Jim has been dying. I hope he's shilling, but if he isn't, can you convince him to accept Christ? Because at the end of the day, our faith is self-evident, like the Declaration of Independence. Maybe do a live funeral. I don't know. Jim made fun of me. He'll never talk to me again because he made fun of me. But I'd be happy to. He said he was going to check his DMs on the Fediverse, which is, I had sent him a DM a long time ago. So if Jim will still do a stream with me, absolutely happy to at all times. I don't care about the whole mocking me thing. Everybody should mock me all the time. It's great. G Soap says book 4, chapter 11, verse 50. Begin building my fantasy bunker in Minnesota now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All behold the wisdom of the prophet Matthew Harris. Bask in the truth of the Negronomicon. Build bunkers in Minnesota now. Paisley Sierra Fittiment says, I have a CPS corruption case you won't believe. Be a good show. At one point, fled California to Florida because of removal order for 6-month-old twins. 1 year later, Florida CPS fought for us, got California to dismiss that case. No criminal charges. Lots else to contact. You can contact me at ricadalaw@ricada.org. Or you could DM me on Instagram, Twitter. Those things are not guarantees for me to see it. I know everybody who's ever sent me an email is like, neither is that, but I do see a lot of them. Knowing that this one is attached to that story, you can send me an email, ricadalaw@ricada.org. What else do we have? It's time, I think. I think it's time for the unbreaded. Should we do that? Should we do the daily unbreaded? This night went way longer than I thought it was going to. Okay, here we go. We'll do it.
Unbread!
Too slow today. Too slow today. We do have a new sponsor for December as well. That'll put us up to 3 sponsors, which it's not 3 sponsors per show. It's 3 sponsors per week. Birch Gold is every day. ENVIROKLENZ is, I think, 2 a week. And then the new sponsor is, I think, 2 a week as well. So you'll find a new sponsor coming for December. It's a hand chainsaw. We'll talk about it. I'm going to get one. I'll demonstrate it on locals, but that's coming. My goal is actually not to laden down the show with sponsors. I don't really want many more than this, but yeah, 1 to 2 spots per show is kind of the sweet spot of where things will be. Okay, here we go. What do we got? Where the fuck am I? Random number. Random number. That's what we need. 203. Let's see what we got. 203. Yeah, you know me. Here we go. Get in my way. The internet ain't why Ragu is dead. Dead Amber, and do not get in my way. Nothing to discuss. Do not get in my way. Banished Amber smeared under a boot. I ain't the weekend, so it's time to die. Serve me, Desi boy. Unworthy. I love when your wife gags on me. The night ain't tender. They all look the same. They all look the same. They all look the same. Mostly micros in the department, all but me. You can't cross me over as I don't play your game. Drop dead. I've never been crossed over and never will. Die. They are not my friends. She Nasty is the drone man's anthem. Kill them all with bombs. None of my cars were ever Audis. She gagged me at 100 miles per hour. You needed to use alcohol, but still couldn't satisfy her. You're a huge dick with a small penis, so don't be a feminist or die of silence. Do not get in my way or get murdered. I don't give a fuck what you got on paper. You ain't American. Die while you remember your glorified IT support desk Now you're really thinking, and that's real, but you're not. Binger, you don't know where I come from. Break the NES. Neither does she. None in the Mirror Eye textbooks. You barely graduated. Mark the spot of the assassination. Dead Falcons falling from the sky. Flamehouse blood patterns. He's Curry Stanley. I'm not. When the story ends, the others won't wonder what happened to them. The others will all be dead. No mushrooms, not a twin. That's your end. Never retarded. That's all you. I am the final generation. Rat man, die. You ain't dying in a different universe. You just dying. To all my drones and lesser men, get murdered. Thanks for the Venmo tribute. Only the melancholy suggest it to others. Only the melodramatic accuse others of being so. Die, Monchet, and all like you. Send canned syrup to Ian. You are a twitching mistake that should never have been born. Manchets get carved like prime steak. Providence, your baby girl is going to give me 1488 head. Providence, stop pretending to be an alpha. What kind of faggot shit did you do as a soldier? Murder, Providence. Weakness and death is in your blood. Vladimir, nobody. Kill Vin Trucks. Kill Keddy Murphy. Kill Murph Parker. Kill Kevin Thomas. Kill Carl Bike Murphy. Dead Gato, live cat. 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 Die. Die, Manchit, and all like you. Round up the pit bulls and kill them all. Rice Souls. Kate is the new Karen. Misfit adult twitching down the street. Tongue too big for his mouth. It gets easier for me as it gets burial for you. Trips over his own feet. Murder Zoe every which way. Don't put a fake accent on me that I don't have. When I am alone, I am completely alone by default. Waddles as a grown man. Rice Souls. No more watching dogs nap. Kate is the next Karen. Fuck Basil Ice Cream. Miller's life is milled away daily, eroded like the Second World War is happening to him personally. Nobrian deleted quick. Fucking with me. The fall is all yours. Enjoy all the world's voices in your mind. No future ahead. Stay dead and silent. Dan, get plowed. Ignore the cleaners. Keep Nico downstairs without a key. LSP is blocked as I don't have a lisp. Nothing can keep me out of Texas. Tell the Atlantic to lose all life and kill everyone in it. Dead cat down the road. Drink fireball shots in West Duke. Our families are dead. Bury everybody. No future but me. Drop. Milk chocolates, chocolate milk. Schoolgirls will do anything. There will be no Reichstags as Bingers will outrun the globe. Our families are dead. Bury everyone. Tell Dan to go for a hike off a cliff. Your house is filled with flies. You smell like dirty sweat between toes. Kill Jack Daniels. You don't have any of those ever again. Block and forget Remy Martin. The real lyrics to Hey Joe were Hey Joe. Kill yourself. Send Alex to a dry hell. Kill every ant immediately. I'll give you none. No more ants. The man at St. Andrews is dead. The squid lives inside Fernando. Sharing a meal doesn't mean shit. You're a bad host. Kill player 2. P2. Hunt. Luke.
I'm Brad.
Whoa. 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 Whew. Oh, that felt like 4 pages at once. Damn. Damn. All right. Okay. It's time to wrap up the show. By wrap up the show, I mean, I have a whole bunch of super chats to read on Rumble, on Locals, on YouTube. We're going to get to all of them. Thank you all for contributing to the show. It is wonderful. I I want to remind people who are still here, tomorrow night, there will not be a show. The next show will be sometime next week. I'm traveling starting tomorrow through Wednesday, but I am bringing stuff with me to do shows. Ideally, there will be a show Monday and Tuesday, but I can't promise that. Wednesday, there should be a show. I'll be back home Wednesday night, so there should be a show Wednesday. Monday and Tuesday, I'm going to try and have a show over the weekend. I will likely be doing some stuff on locals no matter what. But as far as like a Rumble / YouTube show, Monday, Tuesday, gonna try. Not sure it's gonna work out. We'll see. Okay, we'll have to see. But until then, let's go ahead and do this. Are you due for your shots, fam? I think I see heat rash. There's a little tiny bit, but it's actually leftover from right before the stream. See if Rumble will let you use the studio they've made there. Rumble doesn't have a studio there yet. Locals does. Rumble's is still under construction, if I understand correctly. But we'll see. We'll see what we can do. I plan to do some stuff, but we'll get there. Don't worry about it. Why is my nose so big? Because I sell gold, my friend. Because I sell gold. All right, let's hit these chats. White's Lightning. Oh, sorry, I missed this one earlier. Fuck. Says, hey, Nick, 6 months ago, I told you about how I got a job as a paralegal due to your channel. I now negotiated 20% raise effective today, and I'm going back to school. I'm grateful to you. Thank you. Hey, you're welcome, brother. Go get it. Funny coincidence. Just yesterday, I negotiated a very big raise, and it was fantastic. It's good times. How that worked out. GT Tech. Nick, can you give a toast to 50 years anniversary of my mom and dad? They're so gay, but loving. Sure. There's so much liquor here. I've got to pick the right. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is to GT Tech, to his parents, 50 years married. What a life, what a legacy, what a commitment, and what a reminder that this can happen. It's pretty dark out there, fam. You hear voices left and right telling you that none of this works or matters, none of this exists anymore. But it does. It does. And a cheers to GT Tech's parents for showing us the way. May their love persist long beyond their expiration date. May it leave a mark upon their children, their friends, their children's friends, everybody that they ever influenced. Let them be reminded that commitment between two people can be lasting, can be fruitful, and can be fulfilling. Cheers to them. No guard. Hot take. Brandenburg is too restrictive. The only criminal speech is conspiracy to commit a crime. Incitement is only criminal if someone follows through as a result. Okay. Could be. E.A. Cowden, it's funny you bring up the French in the case. In this case, considering the word sadism comes from the very French Marquis de Sade. I won't go into what he did. Let's just say Salo is not entirely a work of fiction. Oh, I'm familiar with Marquis de Sade. Very familiar. Torrent 3, Nick, I'd like to thank you for all the helpful advice you've given for streamers starting out, and take the opportunity for another shout out to my braiding channel, which is youtube.com/user/Torin3, Torin3. People can stop by and see your Rekieta Law logo braid being made. About 40 to 50 hours of braiding until it's done. Oh my God. That's a lot of braiding, brother. That's a lot of braiding. But cheers to that, man. Gooch 1701. I enjoyed the stream tonight. Family law in America and in Texas is so fucked up. I'm a success story. Thank God for my son. But even then, there are scars. 2 years of agony and $40,000, not Warhammer. System has to change to give guys a fair shot. Love you, brother. Peace. Again, I will say, I know it's very unpopular. The system of family law, as bad as this sounds and is getting better for men than it was 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago. Does that mean it's fixed? No. Long way to go. Long way to go. But it is getting there. Hopefully, we can keep progressing it. LP Dirty T. Nick, been speaking to coworkers and family. How would you improve what's happening to society? Tribalism and whataboutism. If there's common ground found, it seems pointless due to special interest groups rigging it. What do you do when you feel lost? What do I do when I feel lost? I go on a live stream and tell everybody that I feel lost. But that being said, what would I do to fix society? Start removing restrictions and take away the power of people to restrict someone else. Because that's what they're doing. Government is allowing people by proxy to act as government, to act as the censors. They're empowering people to destroy the lives of others. And we got to stop that. We got to stop that. We've got to stop empowering people to destroy the lives of others on a rumor, an accusation, or whatever. And it starts with government making the example, but it starts with all of us, or it finishes with all of us refusing to just accept at face value some accusation based on how scary the accusation is. Diz Guy says, Steve, is this person a trans? Chat Lamau. Critical K, maybe a trans. I don't know. Technically, I don't know. Barbara W, can you give me a recommendation for a good starter scotch? I can give you several. If you like smoky, Lagavulin 16. If you like more like a wine, Oban 14. Glen Kinchy 10, I think 10 or 12. Glen Kinchy is a good Glen. Cragganmore 10 or 12. I can't remember which one it is a very good whiskey as well. Those are all going to be in the range of about 70 to $100. Any of those are going to be great. Lagavulin 16 as a starter whiskey is tough. It'll put hair on your vagina. So it's very smoky. It's going to be harsh. And people aren't usually ready for it. But go for it. In my opinion, go for it. It's great. C. Goody says, Rekieta Law's Russell Greer playlist. And he has that. I'll share this in the chats. There's the Russell Greer playlist on YouTube if you want to follow it. He also says Rekieta Law's LOL suit playlist. So I guess I'll share that one in the chats too. Here's the LOL suit. This is what I talked. This is Dick Masterson versus Maddox. They can be shared by the mods as well. You can check those out. Thank you, C. Goody. Eric Miller says, can you talk to Rumble about getting a dark mode? Yes. Although my Rumble's in dark mode, so I'm not sure what you're doing wrong. But yes, I'll try and figure that. Oh, I think you mean on the app. The app does need a dark mode. C. Goody says, go to ENVIROKLENZ.com and use promo code NOSE to get your own air filtration purifier system at a discounted price. Thank you, C. Goody. Gooch 1701 Apocalypse Trilogy, The Thing, Prince of Darkness, and In the Mouth of Madness. They're actually all in the same cinematic universe. Yes, I know. And the spiritual successor is Event Horizon as well. In the Mouth of Madness is so fucking good. All of them are good. Playlist link's not working. Well, follow C. Goody's playlists then. C. Goody says, smash that Rumble Plus button like Drexel used to smash single mothers and housewives. Tilly got married. Make sure and pound that plussy, ladies and gentlemen. Hit that like button over on YouTube. It really does help. C. Goody also says, like getting baked, cbdx.com/C Goody gets you 20% off all their Delta 8 and HHC products. So that's cbdx.com/C Goody. He also says, C. Goody sent a bunch of chats here. Want to know where the real fun chat is? Come over to ricadalaw.locals.com and support for $5 to get access to a 24/7 live chat. It's just as degenerate as you can imagine. Guys, there's been a lot of Remy LaCroix in chat tonight. Remy LaCroix with a hula hoop has been all over the chat tonight. But also hilarious memes, good conversations, good commentary. And really, here's the trick of the Ricada Law Locals live chat. It's just people having fun. Remember that? Do you remember that concept? Remember when you went on the internet and had fun? Rather than going on the internet to fight, to bitch, to hear other people bitch, to hear people, tearing other people down or whatever. Do you remember that? You can today. All you have to do is go to ricadalaw.locals.com. Okay, next. Thank you, C. Goody. Odyssey, Malik Foxon says, God damn it, she's doing that upspeak bullshit. I'm telling you, Nick, it's a telltale sign of dumb. I know. G Soap, Book 3, Chapter 14, Verse 24. I am the one true prophet and the way to paradise. It's another Matt Harris quote. Fractured 01 sent a cheers. Also says, remember your ads if you want that money. Good night. Did it. And Aprende con Flowers says, love watching your shows when I can. You have been very motivational. Please check out Instagram.com/Knotty, KNOTTY_flowers. She knits all sorts of crazy stuff. Check it out. Okay. What do we got left? Rage LB. Don't have to read aloud, just $1 for being gay, and hope you see my Twitter DM sometime. I'll try and find it. Otto Rommel. Are you going to Los Angeles Comic-Con this weekend, or do you totally suck? I'm not going to LA Comic-Con. I'm going to Miami. Well, no. Charity event on Saturday, Miami on Sunday. John Sullivan, Nick, Balenciaga seems really bad, but then you put Kanye and Alex Jones podcast and everything in the whole world and the whole of history seems same. I know. I can't wait to review it. I just couldn't review it tonight on YouTube. Johann Liebert, they can't breed, specifically the trannies, so they need to corrupt the next gen for their leftist revolution. Faithless, narcissistic societies are easier to control. Free shit and othering work. That's true. Hot cream, Watto, total Jew, no big deal, actually. Well, yeah, of course. It was clear, like he was clearly a call out to the Jews. Star Wars, especially the prequels, the Trade Federation, which is a very much Chinese. Like, there's some embarrassing shit going on in those prequels, but the one good thing. They didn't apologize for it. Mario Carter 13. Oh, and the South Africans, otherwise known as the Gungans, you saw people gonna die? Like, what the fuck was going on there? Mario Carter 13. Is Brooks the vehicle you would use to challenge these esoteric issues? Jesus Christ, that phrasing. Hot Cream. Watch Dune as soon as possible. I seriously doubted it, but I've seen it 3 or 4 times without ever reading the books. It was cool. Mr. McBastard. Brunson versus Adams. I don't know what that even... I kind of know what that is, but at this time of night with this much liquor, I don't. Hey, chat, what do we do? Our locals chat, what are we doing after this? Are we gonna have a locals live stream after this? Are we gonna do that? Hold on. We're gonna do a locals live stream. We're getting fucked up, not really. I gotta go get my edibles. We'll do one more round of edibles. I can't bring those with me. I'm not doing Twitch tonight. It's way too late to start Twitch, but a locals live stream, maybe we could do that. Meme Comics. Nick, please mention the police officer call recording where the neighboring county 2 cops may have stopped the bad cop from racing to the hospital by 2 policemen who gave footage to Michael. I don't even, at this point in the night, I don't know what that is, but I believe you. Law Nerd Clips. What up, Law Nerd Clips? How you doing? Says, sick as a dog, but fun fact, I found this part of YouTube because Critical K and Katie Joy said Sophie was acting like a brat. Fuck them. Checked out Emily Baker to see the facts on how hard Tatty would peg Katie Joy and found you. Lol. Hashtag stand with Sophie. Me too. Law Nerd Clips. Always stand with Sophie. That was always the message, always the truth. There's a kid involved. There's a real kid in real danger. And the facts were nebulous. But what I do know is that the courts were consistently putting that girl into danger. And that was actually borne out. All right. Automata. Make sure you commission a switching to Rumble song that sounds like the outro so we can chuckle about all the people who drop off because of it. My man Ryan did this. I haven't watched this yet. Let's check it out. Let's give Ryan a review of this. This will be employed as we start doing the switcheroo. This is not happening yet. This is a preview. YouTube is still going to be here on this stream, but this is a preview for the streams where YouTube will end. Let's see what this does. I'm not sure about the rummaging in the background. We'll have to we might have to do a different background noise, but we'll see. We'll see. But I like the splash screen. That's good. Okay, next. Net and Yahoo says, if Ye/Fuentes wins in 2024, I'll hide you in that nose in my attic, run from the drinking gourd, first Texas, then a coyote will take you south. Chris French. Look, I'm not worried about the Junos if Ye and Fuentes wins. What I'm worried about is if Ye and Fuentes wins, they'll come hunt me. They'll get the black lights and they'll come and examine my office and I'll be fucking ruined. Chris French says, I haven't been on in a while. I see you have, you almost have 500,000 subs. Yep, working on it. Working on it still. I was hoping to be at 500,000 by the end of the year. Ran into some hiccups called several strikes and channel deletion. It just completely fucked everything. So that was nice. Bear Lamb, you got to wear a mask like Kanye. Bumtown 1, Nick, can you move to Korea so you can do night streams while I'm at work during the day like Legal Vices? That would be fun. WYBI News, would you believe it? News at WYBI News. Cheers us. Cheers to you guys. Angel Australia and Conservative Mama, welcome to Paralegal Status. Liz Botts, welcome to Paralegal Status as well. Vivek Pi, hey Nick, love your show. I sent you an email regarding homeschooling / toys. Not sure if you got it yet, but would love to get your feedback. I'll look for it. I'll look for it. WYBI News, would you believe it? News, WYBI News, I'm Babylon Bee's ghostwriter. 3 Collies, can we just get back to the time when Devo was considered weird? Jessica, recommend looking into the work of Jessica Reed Krause, House in Habit, with the Balenciaga scandal. It goes deeper. It's disturbing and disgusting. Ooh. God Guy Actual says, Ye got yeeted off of Twitter. He did. Jordan L., Canada government just had biggest gun ban in 30 years. With no debate, ban hundreds of hunting rifles and shotguns, including the most popular rifle in Canada. Warning to U.S., don't let this come to you. AD, Nick, what is selective incorporation of the Bill of Rights? I don't know exactly what you mean, but the Bill of Rights did not apply to states or municipalities until the passage of the 14th Amendment and the court's application of those amendments to states specifically. So that would happen through the 14th Amendment, but we had to wait until after that was passed for it to go on. It hasn't been done for all of the amendments yet, I don't think. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, the Constitution under the 14th Amendment is a minimum. It is a minimum barometer of liberty. If I'm not mistaken, the selective incorporation of the Bill of Rights is the idea that they have to be specifically incorporated. But I might be wrong. I don't know. I haven't seen that term specifically. AD read that one. EHF. Hey, Nick, you know who would have made a good old man Luke? Jason Momoa. Tamara Holloway tweeted Kanye he should let you interview him, lol. Well, that's great, but Kanye's been yeeted off of Twitter. Peckerwood, Kanye West permanently suspended from Twitter. Skyrim 96, How to Train Your Dragon is a better trilogy than Star Wars. I'll die on this hill. Wow. WYBI News, would you believe it? News, WYBI News headlines just as fake as CNN, MSNBC, and Fox reports. Sequitur Tenebris. Elon confirmed in a tweet it's a permaban, but I think Elon is more trying to protect Kanye, who is clearly having a manic episode, from hurting his reputation and being taken advantage of further. Maybe. Jeremiah J., I was detained by the VA for 7 days for lack of insight. When I got out, I had to register my vehicle. I wish libertarians could win anything. They wouldn't medal at the Special Olympics. We should win everything, frankly. Yeah, literally, the idea of liberty is so offensive that libertarians cannot win. That's crazy to think about. What's your platform? Basically freedom. Oh, fuck off. Wait, what? Okay. WYBI News says with CGI, we have now no need. They need to make a Spawn movie, not woke, just violent would be so badass. Yes, I agree. Cameron Nelson says unbreaded. Jay Chip Show, thank you for the donation. Jay, I just got here, but do not let this go away. If a cat meows, you don't call it a damn duck. Something awful is afoot and needs some sunshine. WYBI News, USWNT gets half of the U.S. women's national team gets half of the U.S. men's purse after the men make the knockout round. Women will get around $6 million because equality. Fucking insane. Fucking insane. But it is what it is. Okay, next. Jamie Moodley says, Birch and Josh, big brain win. I got to talk to them. It's been a long time. Also says, do you still have the Greer lips? Yes. Any Monty updates? No. Monty disappeared again from me. Lucas, had a 4-hour trip and you guys kept me thoroughly entertained. Thanks, Nick and Steve. Found the LOL Soup playlist and that will be my next binge. Go get it. Crusader Saracen, always great to see Mr. Ghazni. Allah's peace upon you. John Beard, hi, sweetie. Date night when? Whenever you want. Malachi Gaming and Talk says, K is a R gorilla apologist. Okay. Crusader Saracen says, still think Frisco, Texas was in on the child trafficking. I do too. Jason Jones, my girlfriend's ex-husband conspired with a friend, got a key fob made from the dealership where she got her car. Or where you got your car. Can you sue the dealership? Girlfriend or I are both in the title. Maybe. That's a tough one, man. I'm not entirely sure what the damage is at this point. RRU says, Nick here, Cater. Harry Cater. I remember when you were caller on TRR Gunt. Nick, her stole my bike. 222. Yeah, me too. I remember all that as well. I think that's the show. G Soap says, RE that shit intermission. No. Damn. Very, very hostile, Ryan. Okay. That's everything. Oh my God. I'll probably do a short locals live stream. Grab a snack, come back, do that. And I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. Remember, there's not going to be a live stream, a normal live stream tomorrow night. There may be some interruptions on Monday and Tuesday. We'll see. I'm going to try and do stuff over the weekend and Monday and Tuesday. The best way to know, ricadalaw.locals.com. That's the best way to know what's going on at all times, because I'll announce everything there, and including the Miami meetup on Tuesday night, Tuesday evening, Tuesday night. We'll see you guys. Hope to see you guys there. If you're in Miami and I'm staying on Brickell Key, whatever the fuck it is, near downtown. If you know a great place that could host, it's not going to be a shitload of people, 10, 20 tops. If you know a great place to host 10 to 20 people, some good bar selection, some decent food, and a place where we can talk, hit me up. Let me know if you're in Miami. If you're in Miami, by the way, and you come out to that, guys, I'm buying drinks. I'm probably buying food. Come hang out. It's a good time. We'll catch you later. Hope you have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost planning tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes better, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed. his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a bow, more of love rug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter, as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are.